All right, good morning. Aloha mai kako. Aloha, aloha. Welcome to beautiful Waimea. Gorgeous morning. Yeah, looking around this room, so much beautiful people. So thank you guys for making time for this important challenge and opportunity that we have before us. As far as we're concerned, this never has been done before, so we really like to appreciate all the stakeholders who are in the room, who are helping us, tackle what can be a big opportunity for Hawaiʻi Island. So mahalo. My name is Micah Alameda. I'm an executive assistant in the mayor's office. Super honored to be here. I'm just going to introduce a few people as we go out the room. Of course, Mayor Alameda is here. We're super blessed. We have members of our cabinet here that I'm just going to give a brief mention, and you can clap as I'm done. We have our Deputy Managing Director, Merrick Nishimoto, here. We have Clayton Honma, our Director of Department of Parks and Recreation. We have Craig Kawaguchi here. He's Deputy Director of Department of Environmental Management. We have Laura Ocasio here. She is the Administrator of the Office of Sustainability, Equity, Climate, and Resilience. We have Zach Burgum here. Zach is our Administrator for a Mass Transit Agency. We have Sharice Emmons. Of course, Sharice is our Interim Administrator for Animal Control and Protection Agency. We also have council members here. Super honored to have them. We have Councilmember James Hustis, Council District 9. We have Councilmember Heather Kimball, Council District 1. We also have Shannon Matson here representing her boss, Councilmember Jen Kagiwara, Council District 2. We also have captains here from the Hawaii Police Department. Mahalo for making time. We also have deputy prosecuting attorneys here. So everyone from the county. We have soldiers from the mayor's office who help make this happen alongside ACPA. Really appreciate all the many hands who are helping lift this. Now I would like to introduce our mayor, Dr. Kimo Alameda.
Right on. Thank you, Micah. Oh, man, what a privilege and an honor to be here. I see a lot of familiar faces. Yeah, so this is a department that... Oh, I get laid. Okay. Oh, right on. Thanks. Oh, right on. Okay, I get laid today then. Right on. Oh, wow. Smells so pretty, too. Yeah, so, this is an important department for us. And thank you, County Council member. I got Heather here and Jen couldn't be here, but thank you, Shannon, and of course, Mr. Hustis there. Thank you so much. Yeah, because it's going to take all of us to figure this out. So yeah, I mean, we got 20 departments, in the county, and public safety is a big one, and I feel like animal control is part of public safety, along with police, fire, civil defense, prosecutor's office, but it's also a service entity too. So on the human services side, we got parks, we got transportation, we got Office of Aging, housing, and then we got all our infrastructure. And this is why that also interface with the animal control management population, if you will. That's why we got Department of Environmental Management, Public Works, Planning Department, and then we got all the departments that support other departments, like our Corp Council, HR, finance, Oscar, research and development. That's why we got Benson here. So, I mean, this is a lot. Our county has taken on a lot, and we added animal control as the added department in addition to Oscar. So we're growing, right? But our resources don't grow as fast as our department. So that's why we struggle, and we do what we can with what we got. And so this is why we're going to need your help. And why I thought of putting this summit together along with Council Member Kimball and Hustis and Kajiwara was because we know that in particular more so cats and dogs is kind of the focus for today. We got our game management group that focuses on pigs and chickens and goats. So, but cats and dogs is our challenge. And we're all in this together. And so today, my hope is that we get a better feel for what you all do and what you can bring to the table as far as us working together. So I think the first part, if you look at the agenda, is more like sharing, what you guys do and how you can help the county and how we can help you. And then we'll have lunch. And then the second part is just kind of brainstorming, like, what do you think the priority should be for our office? What are the big challenges and what are some solutions? You know, because what I expect from this department is a plan. You know, I got 3 years guarantee, so at least a 3-year plan. Okay, so okay, all right, we need. I cannot guarantee the next. You know, that's up to you guys. But I know I have the next 3 years, so we need a plan. And we've been a year with kind of winging it. You know, doing the best we can. So that's the charge. And this is the first summit that I felt compelled to do, because this is a very tough department, and the hardest challenge I think we have right now is animal control. So please, thank you so much again for being here. So we'll be very interactive. I'll turn it back to our MC, Mr. Alameda. Same last name. I don't know what happened.
Mahalo, Mayor. Now I think it's super fitting, after hearing from the mayor, after having him open it up, now we will have our director, Benson Medina, who I never even see over there, all in black. He's the director of research and development, but one more epic impact and value that he adds is he's an amazing orator. He's an amazing person who leads by faith, and he loves to open up the space for us at events such as this. So can we please get a round of applause for Mr. Benson Medina? Thanks, sir.
Yeah, we got a brother. No worry. Okay, so Waimea. So how about we start with some Auntie Edith this morning. So Auntie Edith Kanakaole wrote an ole for her halau, and it was really designed to sort of get them in the right space, you know, asking to just grant us the focus and attention for whatever they were going to learn going forward. So if you know this, you can hold it along with me. Yeah? He ho mai, he ho mai, ka hiki mai luna mai, o na me huna no iau, o na mele, he ho mai, he ho mai. Oh my, ka hiki mai luna mai, o na mea huna no e au, o na mele, oh my, oh my. Oh my, ka hiki mai luna mai, o na mea huna no e au, o na mele, oh my, oh my, oh my. E puli kako. E kia kua mauna loa. We come today to ask for the courage to remember, to mai poina. We ask that we mai poina ho'ihi, to respect. And you have taught us that respect means that we give value. We give value to all people. We give value to all mana'o. We give value to all mana. Mai po'ina, ho'ihi, to respect. Mai po'ina, to makavalu, to look at all sides, to consider all opinions. Because as leadership knows, the best way to keep our people safe is to make sure that we look at all sides, all opinions. Mai po'ina to makavalu. Kia ko we ask that you mai po'ina to ho'olohe, to listen, to watch. Because we know that to listening is the doorway to wisdom. And it's this wisdom that has carried us forward for generations. Kia kua, we asked mai po'ina to hana ho'opili, to work closely together. Because our people have thrived and survived for thousands of years because we understand that to hana ho'opili, to work together, is the key to our success. Kia kua, we are blessed to have olelo no'eau, wise sayings. And one of the best sayings that have come forward that guides us today, a ohe hana nui ke aluia. No task is too big if we work together. E ko maku e loko kalani, e ko manalo e ho mai ka ia moko ao pau. Amen.
Mahalo, Director Medina. We have just under 10 minutes before our first presentation. I'd like us to throw an icebreaker in there just so we can really get to know each other as best as can. We'll do a quick 3 questions per person. Tell us your name. Tell us which entity, organization, state agency, county department that you're with. And then tell us which high school you graduated from. Oh, you like to talk? Yeah?
I think I said a few words before that.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I'd be remiss, if I didn't give our council members an opportunity just to share a few remarks, So before we get to that icebreaker, please, Councilmember Heather Kimball.
Thank you. I thought it was going to be off the hook. All right. Well, first of all, I just want to mahalo the mayor and all his team for their work putting today together. Can I have all of the mayor's team come and just raise your hand real quick because we want to acknowledge you too. Aaron back there, Karen, thank you. It's a lot to coordinate a summit like this. One of the things that I've learned as a council member over the years is that it's possible to hold many truths in your mind at one time. And, with this particular issue, it is possible to hold in your mind that you love cats and dogs. I have 2 dogs, 2 cats. They're part of the family. I want to make sure that they're treated well, that all animals in our community are treated humanely. You can have that in your head. You can also have the truth in your head that cats and dogs are not native species to this ecosystem, and that we need to be cautious about how they interact with the native plants, native animals here in Hawaii. You can also hold the truth in your head that people, community members going to walk their dogs, the ones that have sheep out in the pasture, they should feel safe and secure that their animals or their physical persons will be safe in their community. When we talk about the cat and dog issue, we need to address all of these concerns, but equally hold that other people who have other values upon this spectrum of concerns have valid points too. And what we're dealing with in public policy speak is a wicked problem, right? It's super challenging. There's many aspects of it. There's no clear goal. There's no clear objective. And the research shows that when you have a wicked problem like this, it is best led from the community up. It is not as likely to be successful when it is the government folks dictating to you all what we should do, okay? It needs to be community-driven, government-supported. And so that's why having this meeting with all of you stakeholders involved is so critical, because we are not going to move the needle on this unless it starts from the ground up, right? You guys lead. And so I want to thank all of you for all the work that you do in your communities, first of all. But second of all, just taking a full day of your time and being here to help us address this challenge and create new opportunities for our county. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Councilmember Heather Kimball. Now, can we get a round of applause? Councilmember James Eustace. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. Aloha kako. My name is James Eustace. I just want to welcome all of you to District 9. You're in the North and South Kuala District today, so thank you for joining us here at Kahilu Townhall. Great to see so many of you community partners in this space. I want to mahalo my counterpart, Councilmember Kimball, for those words and that sentiment, because it really is important that we're all coming together in this space, the community partners. Of course, I want to mahalo the mayor and his office for taking the lead on this and really bringing us all together on this important topic and dialogue and discussion today. I'll keep it brief. I'm really excited to learn about all the high schools you went to, so I just want to mahalo everyone that's come today, really taking that time, as Councilmember Kimball said. You know, it's really important you've taken time out of your day to be in this space, to really work together with us, from enforcement to leadership to policymakers and really to community partners that are going to help us guide policy going forward. So thank you for being here today. Please enjoy the nice, cool Waimea day here. Mahalo nui.
All right, so as everyone's getting settled for our first presentation at 9 a.m., I would just like to add, you know, in the mayor's opening statement, he talked about, you know, just getting to know each other, getting to know what each organization is doing. There's so much stakeholders out there doing different things. This first 9 o'clock segment, Collaboration for Compassion, is just that. Yeah, we're bringing up different representatives from these different organizations who are doing impactful work. And we're just trying to learn a little bit more about what it is that they're doing. Yeah, and getting to know each other and then get the bigger picture of what it is that this network is really up to. So we're going to call up representatives from Aloha Ilio Rescue. If you could please come up. We have a chair up here on the stage. Yep, come, please. We also have Action for Animals Hawaiʻi. If we could have one person. If you guys like bring two, we can add more chairs. That's okay. Yeah. We have someone from Kohala Animal Relocation and Education Services, CARES. Can we get someone from Furry Friends Farm? A representative from Hawaii Pointer Rescue? Can we please get someone from Love Those Dog Paws? Can we please get someone from Pueo Puppy Sanctuary? And last and not least, Rainbow Friends Animal Sanctuary, please. Yes, please, can we get a round of applause for these amazing advocates?
Get two mics. Yeah.
Okay, so this should flow nicely. We go just start on one end of the line. They'll work their way down. If you could please just introduce yourself with your name and of course your organization. And I'm gonna give you guys, let's say, I'm gonna have a timer here, about 8 minutes, about 8 minutes per organization, right? And then we'll see how that goes. Our next break is 9:50, so we'll just play it by ear, okay? Once again, your name, your organization, and then what it is that you do and anything you'd like to share. Mahalo.
You want me to stand over there?
No, here, right there.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Very good. My name, I wait with that.
Yeah, you're right.
Aloha Honorable Mayor Kimo Alameda, County Council members, members of DLNR, members of Animal Welfare Organization, Cherise and Lauren. My name is Mary Rose, founder and president of Rainbow Friends Animal Sanctuary in Kyrgyzstan since 1999. My personal strategy is the energy of joy. There is a lot to be joyous about around positive changes benefiting animals around the planet. Norway making pods in the ocean for polar bears to rest on as their house is melting. Circus elephants in Thailand, elsewhere going to sanctuaries. Beluga whales, orcas and dolphins going to sanctuaries away from marine parks doing tricks. Wolves being understood. A giant sanctuary for rhinos in Africa. No more trophy hunting in Colombia. The governors of California and Georgia signing bills to outlaw puppy mills and its supply lines. The Netherlands, no more stray dogs through enforcing strict laws against abuse and abandonment. Government-funded spay-neuter and promoting responsible animal guardianship through public awareness initiatives. This all comes about because conscious and compassionate people like you came together to make these changes. And today we're going to make these changes together. Planet Earth, our home, herself, is going through a lot of changes, breathing upheavals and times of letting go and adjustments to a new heartbeat. The previous Schumann resonance frequency, also known as the heartbeat of the Earth, was 7.83 hertz, is now at a different number, not measurable yet, and is being maintained by the whales through their songs. The beings who will have an easier time to adjust are our feline friends, large and small, because of their capacity to purr. And of course the whales and dolphins for being the conscious beings they are. All life is opening up and adjusting to this new heartbeat. And now this wonderful meeting where all came together to collaborate around what changes we can make for all our wonderful animals and how we can work together. Truthfully and from the heart. This for me comes with a lot of joy. In challenging times, that energy pulled me through. In fine times, that energy was an extra and spilled over on the animals and people. Rainbow Friends Animal Sanctuary in a nutshell. Between 1999 and 2022, we took in thousands upon thousands of animals. On May 3rd, 2018, the Leilani lava flow happened and we took in or fostered out 500 animals, including cockatoos and parrots. During our animal control contract from August 2020 through June 2021, we took in 11 months, we took in 8,000 animals and we did not kill any. All of these animals were returned to owner, fostered, spay-neutered, adopted, healed. Through 2022, we spayed or neutered 35 to 40,000 animals in free to the public clinics and our sanctuary animals. Our adoption strategy is based on intuition, witnessing, observing, respect, love, and trust. At present, we are at a point where all of our neighbors are happy with us. A situation I do not want to disturb. Our strategy right now is being very, very careful with intake, focus on education at the sanctuary, and bring our animals to a state of super healthy and super happy. Lastly, I would like to thank all the people who have helped in the past, and all the people who are helping the animals at Rainbow Friends in the present, 3 of whom are right here, Linda, Lynn, and Deidre. To education, to collaboration. Thank you.
Mahalo, Mary Rose. Real briefly, if you could recap, can you tell us where you are located, where can we find Rainbow Friends, and what is your hours of operation?
We're open to the public 7 days a week from 9 to 3. We're in Curtistown, that is between Volcano and Keau. And you can reach us through our website, rainbowfriends.org. And I can give you phone numbers and other things too. Yeah? My phone number is, and I pick that up all the time, is 808-494-8700. And my email is maryrose@rainbowfriends.org.
Mahalo, Mary Rose.
Thank you.
Rainbow Friends. No. We're going to jump around. Yeah, we're going to make it a little more exciting. Yeah, we're going to add a little juice to it. We'd like to go to Aloha Ilio Rescue next, yeah? So, Dalen, if you could start with telling us, of course, where you're located, your hours of operation, what exactly do you do, and then tell us why do you do it?
I'm Dalen Kyles. I was born and raised here on the Big Island of Hawaii. And why I do what I do, our animals needed help. And I just saw very little resources for our community. So I started it really small, and it's taken off, and it's where it is now. Unexpected, but I'm happy every day. So we are located, we service the entire island, but we're located on the Hilo side, our main side. And It's where we get most of our intakes from. So our goals are to keep animals where they are already at. If somebody's moving, we can help them move their animals to the mainland. If somebody needs help with pet food, we're going to help with that. If they need medical care and can't pay for it, we're going to help them with that. If we can keep animals where they are, then it's less intakes for animal control to take in. And us. And so that's our goal, is to keep animals where they are. And we work with the houseless community a lot. We work through Hope Services, and we collaborate with them and go out into the field, and we work with the houseless community getting their animals fixed, medical treatment, and we pick them up, take them to their treatments, and we deliver them back to our houseless community. We work a lot with other agencies that are helping the community as well, Salvation Army and stuff like that. So that is our goal. It is all about community, and a resource for people to go to. They have a place where they can turn to and actually, and take a dog in or get that help that they need. And we always answer our phones. We're open 9 to 4 every day, 7 days a week. And our goal is just to reduce the number of intakes that are coming in by education and keeping them where they are. So that's about it.
Mahalo, Dalen. Just one quick follow-up question. Aloha Ilio Rescue, you only service dogs or certain type of animals, if you could clarify?
We only service the dogs. We do get a lot of cat information, but I know where to send those people to. So if we do get cats that come in, we do work with other agencies that have cats. We also spay and neuter both dogs and cats for the community. We don't just only neuter and spay dogs. So, and medical care for both species as well. We just don't house cats because we don't have that capability, and we leave that to the professionals that know cats.
Mahalo, Dalen. And I just go follow up one more time to Mary Rose I go move on. For Rainbow, do you guys service dogs only or all animals?
All animals.
All animals.
Well, we don't have big animals, no horses or no cows.
Okay, yeah. So all type. Not big ones. Yeah, not horses, but all animals.
We serve the whole island as well, but we're situated on the Hilo side.
Mahalo.
And we adopt out everywhere.
Adopt out everywhere.
All over the U.S. and these our islands, Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
And also some of Europe.
So they adopt everywhere, internationally, continental United States. We'll move on to Sylvia, with CARES in Kohala.
Aloha. And I'm representing actually 3 organizations today, but only one could be listed because it's a long name. Okay. So I'll first start with Aloha Animal Advocates, which is the domestic nonprofit that I founded with Ana Kaho'opi'i, who lives here in Waimea. And the reason why we did that was because there were lots of animals that needed help, and she basically forced me into it. So that's how I got into animal rescue. Aloha Animal Advocates does a lot of advocacy work. So we are not a 501c3. We're a domestic nonprofit, self-funded, and we have 2 sanctuaries on private land in East Hawaii, in Mountain View, and in Fern Acres, and we have more than 200 animals there. During the lava flow, I lived in Kapoho. My 10-acre farm was covered with lava, so we evacuated 150 cats, 16 dogs, 2 roosters, and 20,000 opaiula from the worm pond. We are a private entity, per se, so we do take in animals, but we take in animals like we took in 47 animals from a woman who died in Hawaiian homelands in Panaewa area, and then we took another 22 from a woman who had health issues, and so that's how we take in our animals, and we do foster and adopt out and transport animals. For CARES, Kohala Animal Rescue and Education Services, actually it's relocation and education services. The mission of CARES is to rescue and relocate abused, abandoned, and stray domestic animals to provide temporary housing for them through foster care network, facilitate adoptions, they do transports, and they look for caring permanent homes. CARES is also focused on community education. They actually, I don't know if they actually started the free spay and neuter on this island, but since 2002, they've been providing free spay and neuter services. They also find homes, adopt out for approximately 400 dogs and cats every year. And they embrace the philosophy of no-kill animal welfare organizations by striving to find suitable homes for orphaned and injured animals that are in their care. And they are located in Kohala, and they run 24/7. So Debbie Cravata, who's the founder, answers the phone even at midnight, believe it or not. So they are at careshawaii.org, and they also have a Facebook page with her phone number on there if you need that phone number. And they service mostly dogs, but they do service cats also. The third organization, let me get my notes, is the organization that is under Kulia'i Kanu'u Outreach Services. That organization helps homeless people, especially homeless people with animals, and they have a DBA called Paw Posse Patrol. They work with all kinds of social media, Facebook, for lost and found pages. And in their lost and found, they help reunite pets with their owners. And of the thousands and thousands of posts on all of the Facebook pages, their reunion rate is about 65%. So their number one priority is reuniting their animals with the owners that love them dearly. And then the second priority, which falls right into place, is they want to reduce the intakes of animals going into the shelters. And just a few facts. The number of members on all of the lost and found pages totals 96,000 members. And off those pages, yes, there are some duplicates. Members are members of 2 or 3 pages. However, in a sampling that we did, which was, we found about 10% of the people are on multiple pages. Well, from those multiple pages, 10%, that still leaves 86,000 members. Big Island Thieves has 112,000 members, and they do not want to have a separate page for Lost and Found because it would reduce their numbers of the main page, but they do a lot of Lost and Found posts on their page. Then there are the individual community pages like Fern Acres, Hawaiian Acres, and all of the community pages. Those total 76,000 members. So with all of the members, if we had a coordinated system, and this is our new project, a coordinated system where we could link all of those together, we could have, a reunion rate of, 95% maybe. And that would really reduce the number of animals out on the street. That would reduce the numbers of animals going into the shelters, and it would get the animals back to their homes. And if they are abandoned animals, we will find other places for those animals to live and to be cared for. So that's our new project, and that is under Paw Posse Patrol. And we want to thank all of the community members that post Lost and Found, that pick up animals for the street. When they see a sick animal or an injured animal, they try to find the owner. And these are individuals working within the community, and we could not do it without them. So mahalo to everyone.
Mahalo, Sylvia. Yeah, so, Sylvia is what we consider an all-star advocate. She's here wearing many hats for different organizations. Can you repeat who you are here for?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am here for Aloha Animal Advocates, and for CARES, which is Kohala Animal Relocation and Education Services, and I'm here for Paw Posse Patrol. And Paw Posse Patrol, you can find their Facebook page. It's really Big Island Lost, Found, and Stolen Pets, and it has 17,000 members on that Facebook page.
Fantastic. Mahalo nui, Sylvia. Can we get a round of applause? Yeah. Chris. Oh, okay. Yeah. Please, and if you could just say your name, I don't want to,
Yeah.
You don't want to mess it up. It's a hard
Disrespect.
one.
No.
I don't get offended because my name is really hard. It's Lucretia Worcester. I'm here for Action for
Christian.
Animals Hawaii. And we have been around, so I think we formed in 2021 and we got our nonprofit status in 2022. We have three sections of our organization. So I'm part of the Kitty Kahu, the Kitty Guardians. We do adoption and fostering of cats. And then we have our Doggy Brigade that Chris is going to talk about, which does adoption, fostering, and flyouts to the mainland rescues for dogs. And then we also have our community part of our organization that does a lot of TNR, spay-neuter help, education, that sort of thing. So I will just talk about the Kitty Kahu. We are only foster-based. We do not have a location. We are Eastern Hawaii, primarily Volcano to Hilo, all the way down to Kalapana. We take in, let's see, last year, what do my stats say? We took in 600, where did that go? The numbers disappeared. 652 cats last year we took into foster care. So that's a lot with 20 foster parents. Even though we're all here for the animals, right? But really, I kind of feel like it's the people, because you have to take care of the people that take care of the animals so that you can get as many saved as possible. Also, we are, how many did we take? 261 directly from animal control last year. Of the number of transfers that animal control did, we took in about 65% of those on average. Some months we took in almost all, some, it goes up and down because people go on vacation, all of that stuff. So I'm pretty sure that we're one of the largest cat partners with animal control. Charisse messages me and I'm like, give me a few minutes. Let's see who we can Jenga around to make room for these animals. Also, we are a partner with Petco. So if you go into Hilo Petco and the cats and the cubbies, those are all ours. So in addition to our foster parents, we also have a team that goes in every single day to Petco and takes care of the cats, cleans everything, plays with them, and then the people at Petco are just amazing. Last year we had 619 adoptions. Everybody finds a home. That said, everybody's like, oh, excited. Oh, I've got a cat. You're going to come to me afterwards. I saw this cat. It's really friendly. It could be adopted. We primarily focus on 10 weeks and younger because that is the most socializable, adoptable, and we have to get adoptable ones out so that we can get more adoptable ones in, because our goal is to save as many as possible. And I know that that's kind of hard. So anyway, that is our goal. Oh, we also do education. We do 2 foster classes a year. If anyone is interested in learning about kitten care, even if you don't want to be part of our organization, you just want to come learn more, we do free, open to the public foster classes, usually in the spring and in the fall. And we're really hoping to work with Lori back there and their new facility in Kona, and to do one on the west side this year also. We just want to learn and teach, and we also make all of our materials open to the public and on our website. So our website is action4animalshawaii.com. And that's it. We're just really glad to be here today. We've grown so fast, and it's so good to see so many friends and people that we work with, because even though we do what we do, it takes all of us working together to make it all happen. So.
Mahalo, Lucretia. Yeah, Chris, please, if you'd like to share, please. Mahalo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chris with Action for Animals. I'm the Outreach Transfer Coordinator, and I went to Winslow Township High School in New Jersey. So I'm in here in place of Lynn Morrison, who's the lead for the Doggy Brigade, but couldn't make it last minute. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our Doggy Brigade. We initially were intaking dogs directly from animal control and helping them find placement just through Petco events, and we had a very small network of fosters. In that first year, we celebrated 36 adoptions and about 15 flyouts to the mainland. By the end of that first year, we started boarding up to 4 dogs at a private boarding facility up in Volcano called Pampered Pooch. There, we built a small team of volunteer walkers who would go up when they could to get the dogs out of the kennel and walk them. From 2023 to 2025, we expanded adoption events to include not only Hilo Petco, but also at the Volcano Golf Course for their second Sunday Makeke Market, Puna Chocolate Company, and the Cooper Center in Volcano. We also had a booth at one time to provide outreach and education at the Maku'u Market on Sundays in Pahoa. In that time, our foster network continued to grow, and Pampered Pooch also expanded to being able to accept up to 7 dogs. So we're averaging around 7 dogs right now at Pampered Pooch. And that doesn't include our extended foster network. So in total, we probably have around 20 dogs in our care, maybe a little less at one time. So now at Pampered Pooch, we also have an enclosed play area outside in the yard because it's not a fenced-in property, so it gives the dogs a chance to get off leash and run around and socialize with the other dogs. Let's see, our walking team is now about 12 volunteers, and they're going up 4 days out of the week to take all the dogs out and get them some time out of the kennels and some enrichment. We continued flyouts to the West Coast and all the way to Eastern Canada. We also started intaking dogs directly from the communities as either strays or owner surrender, with some going directly into foster homes. Sometimes the people that found the dog would bring it to us, get them spayed or neutered, and then take the dog back for a foster. So that's been really great and successful. We ended 2025 with 140 adoptions and 84 flyouts. So that was 5 times that first year's totals. Thank you. So far in 2026, the Doggy Brigade has reached just over 10 adoptions and 13 flyouts. And next Thursday, we have 4 more dogs flying out. And we have a partner on the continent that is committed to accepting at least 2 dogs every month. So we have that going for us. Let's see. We started doing puppy pop-up events at Petco, where we're taking puppies directly from animal control, bringing them to Petco for an event and hoping that they get adopted. We had success a few weeks back where I think 4 out of 5 puppies found placement in either foster or adoption. Let's see. Okay, we also added Rockstar Pets Kona recently to do adoption events just to expand our network and reach within the community. Just a few, sorry. Sometimes we take the dogs to run free at a volunteer's fenced property on doing what we call Fun Day Sundays. So when our walkers go up there on a Sunday, every once in a while, 1 week, maybe they'll take it to a volunteer's property to run free. Some Sundays we have the KL High School Canine Club actually come up to Pampered Pooch, and they spend time with the dogs in the octagon and walk the dogs and give them enrichment activities. So it's a really good opportunity to not only see the dogs and how they are around people of all ages, but to also give a little education and outreach to the students while they're actually there. Let's see, sometimes Sundays we will take the dogs to agility classes at Kakini Dog Agility in Mountain View to give them, again, another chance to get out of the kennel for a little bit and give them some enrichment. We've collaborated with local trainers to offer our dogs a chance to go through basic obedience courses. Gives our volunteers a chance as well to go through that training, and then they get to bring that knowledge back to our team and share it with everyone. During stressful times at the school year, like finals, midterms, we've taken dogs to University of Hawaii at Hilo for a Pause for Pause event. It gives the students, the faculty, and the dogs time to relax and decompress outside of the kennels and outside of the classroom. Just last month, we did a Walk with Aloka community dog walk in conjunction with the Buddhist monks that were walking for peace on the mainland. We had dozens of community members turn out, some with, some without dogs. It poured rain on us, but you could feel the positive energy there. It was really, really special to be there. We also have some of our volunteers taking dogs on day trips to Hilo Town just to market them and get their face out into the community. Some have taken them to Volcano National Park and even their workplaces when it's allowed to give the dogs extra time out of the kennel for decompression. We have recently found some small success getting dogs adopted by facilitating meet and greets directly from animal control. Some successful, some not so successful, but we're trying. We feel that we're really excelling at the coordinating flyouts. It's kind of become our niche, so we're committed to keep trying to do that the best that we can. These dogs are going to partners on the continent, and they're getting adopted within sometimes days, sometimes 2 weeks, but they're getting adopted. So that's the great part. Some of them are foster-based organizations, so they go directly into a foster home, so they don't even spend any more time in a kennel, so also a lot of success there. We foster open communication between our team members. We allow all of our Doggy Brigade members to weigh in when planning for success regarding the dogs, especially our long-stay dogs. This, in turn, allows our volunteers to excel in areas which they're passionate about. Having an organization, we're 100% volunteer-run, so it takes a lot. It has its challenges, but with that comes a lot of diversity and equity within the team. And we've seen positive outcomes, not just for the dogs, but for the community members and the volunteers that work with us. Looking ahead, our goals include expanding our network of rescue partners, increasing funding and grant applications, improving access to routine veterinary care for our dogs, and continuing to add enrichment opportunities. We hope to continue to grow our foster and volunteer networks, including adding foster mentors for newly appointed foster volunteers to help them find success, and securing additional kennel spaces to support emergency intakes from animal control or directly from the community. This would also give us space to kind of stage our dogs for the flyouts. So if we have a dog that has a set date to fly out, we can pull them from Pampered Pooch, stage them at a separate facility, and that allows us to take more dogs from animal control in the meantime. In conclusion, our mission is to get as many at-risk animals adopted and to help control the animal population in the community. So that's what we're going to continue to work towards with determination and compassion. Thank you.
Mahalo, Chris and Lucretia. One quick follow-up question. It really sounds like, bang up job you folks are doing. Your foster program sounds very successful from the numbers you folks shared. Can you help define what foster is? Is it like foster care for like children, similar how there's like return rights one day, or is it separate?
So,
yeah, right on.
Wait. How our fostering works?
Yeah, so like what does foster mean? Like,
So
yeah.
basically it's if someone, maybe they can't adopt a dog right away, or if they just want to help get a dog out of the kennel or animal control, they can take the dog into their home and they can keep it as long as they'd like. If some people just take them for a weekend, some take them a week leading up to their flyout. That way they know that there's a set date for that dog to leave their home and it doesn't just kind of drag on for...
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so we also provide food, medical care,
wow,
all that stuff for the foster dog. So it's basically, you get a dog for free for a little while if you want some company.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And just for the cat, so for the cat side, because we've always done foster from the beginning, we've set up a mentoring system. So we have 4 foster mentors who are more knowledgeable about things. Because we're all foster based, it's important to kind of share the workload. So we have 4 foster mentors, and then they have foster parents that are kind of not really report to them, but it's their contact. So the foster parent always feels supported, and if they ever have a question, they can ask the foster mentor. If the mentor doesn't know the question, we're on a text thread together all the time, and then we can ask. So it's a very supportive thing. So you could take in. I would know what kind of animal this particular foster parent likes. Like, oh, you have to have healthy ones because you're 85 years old and we don't want you to get ringworm. So you get the healthy, cute ones. But this foster over here is a little bit more knowledgeable, and you can take maybe a sicker animal and you know how to deal with it. So part of it is the placement. And then also, because you are a foster network, you can move around. So maybe the bottle baby feeder for the kittens, like we scoop those up from animal control so fast because they will not survive in animal control. They go to the bottle baby feeder, and once they get big enough, they can move on to a different foster, and then the bottle baby feeder can take in more bottle babies. So the whole goal is to work as a network and save as many lives as possible.
Mahalo, Lucretia, and lastly, where are you located? physically?
We do not have a physical location.
Okay.
We are all foster-based. Pampered Pooch that he mentioned, our boarding facility is in Volcano, but it's not something that you can just like go and visit.
We do meet and greets with the community in a public place. So if you are interested, reach out, fill out an
Yeah.
application, and then
Last question. Do you have capacity for more?
we're trying.
Trying.
The more efficient, if you want to give us some more money, we would be happy to expand. Because we get very little from the county right now.
Mahalo, Lucretia. We'll go over to Jessica Jansen next. Sorry, Jessica.
Hi, my name is Jessica Jansen. I volunteer for many different groups around the island and kind of work on an individual basis. I'm here representing the Hawaii Pointer Rescue, and they're a nonprofit that started in January of last year, and they operate statewide. They operate using only volunteers, and also they focus on breed-specific rescue as German Shepherd or German short-haired pointers, English pointers, German wire-haired pointers, wire-haired pointing griffons, and pointer mixes that are visibly, clearly pointer dominant. And I think the reason for that is because they have a network of people who are looking to adopt these animals. They have somewhere around 70 people on a waiting list for dogs specifically with these breeds. And it helps to have areas where you can get rid of these dogs, because what we find here on this island is there's more than there are people to take them. And so anytime you can get an opportunity to have a network base somewhere else other than the island to send these dogs, it really helps. And so we've also been working on inter-island rescues and transport, and that's been a big part of what I've kind of been doing. Is anytime someone comes to visit, they're taking a dog somewhere with them when they leave. And basically, it's statewide. There's a need on all the islands, but specifically I live on this island in North Kohala, and we're kind of at the end of the road, and so we see a lot of dumped dogs and dogs that are, not microchipped and no tags, no collars, no health care, just that need something, and generally those don't fall under this specific breed category. And so for this rescue, I couldn't send that dog that I find to them. I would have to find someone else, and that's a big challenge. That's about it.
Thank you, Mahalo, so much. So just to clarify, just dogs at Hawaii Pointer Rescue.
Hawaii Pointer Rescue does only dogs, but me personally, I live on a farm and I find cats all the time too, so I have helped lots of cats also.
Yep. Right. Okay, clearly, it's cats and dogs that we got to rein them in. All of you guys for being here. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to be reading off my phone, so hopefully that's not too annoying. Ooh, it's weird hearing your voice. Okay. Good morning. My name is Maya, and I'm honored to be representing Love Those Dog Paws. And today I'm speaking on behalf of my founder, Dustin, who's sitting right there. And in 2020, Dustin started this rescue on his own. No big funding, no large team, just a deep conviction that every animal deserves a chance. Since then, he has personally rescued and rehomed over 300 dogs here on Big Island. But what makes his work stand out isn't just the number, it's the type of cases he says yes to. He's known for being the last call, the late night message, the last minute drop off, taking on the puppy that won't survive without medical attention, and he doesn't hesitate. He has a special heart for puppies, especially sick and vulnerable ones that need hands-on care to survive. He bottle feeds and provides medical support, and he houses and trains and socializes the dogs himself, so they don't just get adopted, they thrive in their forever homes. But our work doesn't stop at rescue. Our mission is simple: to match homeless dogs to their forever homes responsibly and sustainably. Every dog we place is neutered before adoption. We provide training and resources and educational support to families. We help lost dogs. We connect people with spay and neuter services for their own dogs. Because rescue isn't just about saving one dog, it's about preventing the next crisis. I've been able to volunteer alongside Dustin for the past 2 years, and what I've learned is this: rescue work is exhausting, it's emotional, and it's overwhelming at times. But it is also deeply powerful when community shows up, and that's why today matters. No single rescue, nonprofit can do this alone. The volume of need in our community requires collaboration, shared resources, and shared responsibility. I'd love to see us explore more cross-collaboration, whether that's shared foster networks, coordinated spay and neuter efforts, emergency medical partnerships, even volunteers trading times between organizations when one is overwhelmed. Many of us in this room are volunteers, and we give our time because we care. Imagine the impact we could create if we created a stronger network that volunteer could support where it's needed. When we communicate better, we save more lives. When we refer instead of compete, we reduce burnout. When we collaborate, we multiply our impact and prevent suffering before it even starts. Every dog deserves a chance, but every rescuer deserves support too. So as we move through today's summit, I hope we leave not just with ideas, but with actionable partnerships, because when we come together, we give the animals on this island the best possible future and strengthen an entire community. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Mahalo so much. One quick follow-up question. Physical locations around the island?
It's Kona, but I
Kona.
believe we have volunteers all over that do fostering, but it's typically Kona, and Dustin does everything at his own home, so it's pretty impressive. So you can go there, volunteer with walking the dogs, feeding the dogs, just working with trainers. He hires trainers from all over the island that are beginning their training or have been doing it for the last 15 years, so there's a lot of resources.
Fantastic. Mahalo to all of you for sharing. Mahalo, Collaboration for Compassion. Mayor's been sitting here this whole time. I'd like to give it to him to help summarize this segment. Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, Micah. Yeah, so I was talking to Micah and, trying to get a better sense of this part of the summit, right? So, we got Rainbow Friends and there's so much, but from what I'm gathering is like not one agency can do it all. When it comes to the compassionate part, right? And then dogs, some do dogs more than cats, some do cats more than dogs, some try to do both. And then some is, in some parts of the island, some is more maybe on the east side. You got Kona, that's good, Kohala, but it's, we're on a big island. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, wow, this is an example of how we need everybody. Just like what Councilmember Kimball said, we need all of you folks. And the county cannot do any of this. It's so hard to do this all by ourselves, right? And you mentioned animal control, so I'm already guessing that you all know our department. You work with us. You try to connect with us. There's also kind of a theme I'm hearing, and that is you don't euthanize. Is that true? Yeah. Okay. So that's us, right? So then there's a part for everybody in this, in figuring this thing out. And the name of the summit is really, it's raining cats and dogs, so there's kind of a pun there. But nationwide, it's raining cats and dogs. It seems like a nationwide issue, cats and dogs. And I think that's why we're here. So, everybody presented to me is just compassion. It's just love. This is the essence of love and love for our animals. So again, on behalf of the county, thank you so much. I'm sure as we continue to talk stories, we're going to go deeper into what you do, how you do it. You mentioned funding. I bet every agency could fill out a grant application immediately, for funding. And county's one avenue, but state, feds, and you mentioned grants, and so I know funding's a big issue, even for us. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, direct donations. Okay. You accept check, cash, credit card. Doesn't matter. Okay. No. All right. So again, on behalf of the county, give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, mahalo, folks. That'll do it for Collaboration for Compassion. I'll give you folks a few minutes back. We'll start our break a little early. I'll come back to you right before 10 o'clock a.m. for our next segment. See you guys in about 15 minutes. Mahalo out, you guys. All right, mahalo, everyone. We'll begin our 10 o'clock session. So as everyone's getting settled, we'd like to thank you again for being here. Yeah, just a little recap of the morning, right? So as the mayor said, it's going to take all of us. Yeah, this effort will take everybody, right? And with our 9 o'clock session, we kind of learned a little bit more about what different nonprofits are doing throughout the island. So mahalo nui for sharing your folks' mission and what it is that you do and why you do it. A little more understanding now that we all have for the different stakeholders who are out there. Now coming up next for our next session, we're super blessed to have our interim administrator for the County Animal Control and Protection Agency. Now this is Sharice Emmons. Her opportunity to share with you folks what it is that the county does when it comes to animal protection. Sharice is right here. Can we please get a round of applause for interim administrator Sharice Emmons? As she makes her way up here, I'd like to just give one little note. On your tables, you'll see these little notebooks. There's little paws on top, yeah? For many of you who feel uncomfortable sharing, yeah, that's kind of tough for a lot of us. If you want to write down your thoughts, your questions in these notebooks, and you raise your hand or you find an individual with a blue shirt on, right? Like Erin's in the back of the room, she has a blue shirt. If you raise your hand, we'll collect the notebook at some point that you want to turn it in, and we'll take that, and we will make sure to log it and reach out if you leave information, but we'll take that feedback. So please put it down in those notebooks. We could use it. Now, Sharice Emmons. Mahalo, Sharice. Here. Nope. You're good?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Sharice. I just want to, real fast, I know everyone has thanked everyone every time they come up here, but seriously, thank you all for coming. This is, in my 9 years of doing this, the first time we have ever done something like this, and it's incredible to see so many rescues and organizations, veterinary hospitals, other county departments, other disciplines. It's fantastic. So thank you all very much. What I'm going to go over is kind of the groundwork. Like Council Member Kimball said, it all starts from the boots on the ground, right? It's all of you guys who help kind of guide the trajectory and what we do. Animal control really only enforces the laws as they exist. So when those changes happen, we can act on them. And what I'm going to go over is where we're at right now. What are we doing right now? What are the laws that we enforce as far as responsible pet ownership? And that can maybe help guide what we're thinking in the future, what we're thinking long term, how we want to move forward. This could also be very helpful if you have pets and you don't know the laws. So, two birds. I apologize for this slide. I condensed the heck out of it, and it is still a lot. So what I'm going to start with are just definitions, because that's where we start, and that's what's going to help you guys understand how all of this actually operates in real time. For us, you guys can't see, but equine animals and pet animals are basically treated almost the same in the state of Hawaii, because the state recognizes that equine animals like horses, zebras, donkeys, mules, they're more like pets than livestock. So it's important to know that pet animals, which are dogs, cats, small domesticated animals, and only certain classes of birds, like finches and sparrows, parrots, things like that, they're treated together. Livestock is completely different. The way state and county define animal is also different. So when we're getting calls from the community about concerns or complaints, these definitions are actually where we start. In addition, there is information on necessary sustenance. This is what we look at for cruelty complaints. Necessary sustenance only applies to pet and equine animals. Something to keep in mind, because we do get calls about livestock not having shelter or not having enough space. There are no laws for livestock other than production facilities, but that's Hawaii Department of Ag, USDA, that sort of thing. Except that when it comes to starvation or starvation or mutilation, that's where it applies to any animal. So there are very, very, very strict guidelines on what we can do for different animal species. The next one, these are the county definitions. So the first slide was state definitions. This is county. And there are some pretty big difference. Animals, if you can kind of see it, it actually excludes aviary game birds, meaning things like ducks. So ducks are not animals in the county of Hawaii. And that is really important, like I said, to remember, because we take calls about every single animal species, and we may actually be limited by what either state or county defines the animals as, or what their requirements are. Poultry are chickens, pigeons, turkeys. Those are considered livestock. Different rules, entirely different rules. And then stray, because most of our calls are stray dogs, it's any unlicensed dog or dog without a license for the current year, and any dog that's not on the premises of the owner, or on a leash if it is off the premises of the owner. Cruelty in the state, I did touch upon it, but excuse me. There are different versions of cruelty. It's a pretty big law. It's the one other than straying that we do get the most. So there are a whole bunch of versions of cruelty, including improper carrying or conveyance in a vehicle, which is usually how we look at dogs in hot cars, or unfortunately situations where we've seen dogs in crates stacked on the tops of cars. So anything that's unsafe, that's actually part of cruelty. This is second degree. First degree is different. And then there's poisoning, mutilating, killing of any animal other than insects or vermin, those things that are like vector or pest control. And then you have things like depriving pet or equine animals of necessary sustenance. So cruelty is actually a really big law with a whole lot of different things that play a part. And we can kind of pick and choose. Just because a report we get doesn't meet all the criteria doesn't mean we can't actually move forward and investigate. It just means we're going to look at the specific subsection of the law. At the very bottom, any cruelty case where there are 10 or more animals is automatically a felony. So there are different levels as far as the seriousness of the crime. And in this case, if you have 10 or more and they all meet one of the subsections, it's automatically going to be prosecuted as a felony. Cruelty to animals, according to the county definition, is actually very different and super limited. It's you can't give away an animal, dog or cat, as a prize. And you can't knowingly abandon a dog or cat or animal. And then trapping and desertion, these are two lesser used ones, but also good to know. It is against the law per county code, this is state. So under state, it is against the law to desert a pet or equine animal. So state is different because it only says pets or equines, whereas county says you can't do it with anything. So trapping chickens and releasing them someplace is actually against county code. Or if you find cats someplace, you cannot trap them and let them go someplace else. That one would fall under both state and county, because cats, even if they're unwanted outdoor, by definition, a cat is a pet animal. So it's all in that definition. Trapping just means for the state of Hawaii, leg hold traps, conibear traps, and snares are actually illegal. You can't use them to catch animals, except it doesn't apply to government agencies. So like DLNR, they can use snares, but private citizens cannot on their own property. These three laws, or four laws, I should say, are most of the calls we get, so it is important to know just what they actually say. We interpret them every single day and also work with the prosecutors to help understand these. Basically, for straying, dogs have to be kept on the owner or caretaker's property. If they're not on the owner or caretaker's property, they have to be accompanied by an adult on a leash. So a child walking a dog on a leash is actually straying because minors can't own or caretake animals. So adults are the only ones that can be held responsible for dogs, for pet animals, and they also need to be the ones present for walking off of a property. When dogs, cats, and other small domesticated animals are not permitted either loose or on a leash at county beach parks or restaurants and grocery stores unless otherwise indicated by the proprietor. This does not apply to service animals, those that are covered by the ADA, like seeing eye dogs, mobility support dogs, and diabetic alert dogs. Those laws don't apply to them. But for every other animal, they are not permitted in restaurants or at county beach parks. And I know that brings up, for those of us who are familiar with the West Side, Old A's. That one is very tricky because technically the cats are not allowed there. But there's no way to really move them, right? Because it's against the law to trap them and let them go someplace else. So that's why there are groups there that try to manage those colonies, avoiding adding new cats to those areas, but also being mindful that they can't just be trapped and moved someplace else. So it is a tricky one. The cat situation is tricky. I will definitely admit that. Microchips and license. The microchip law is state. All dogs at least 3 months old are required to have a microchip implanted unless they're only brought here for something like a dog show or an exhibition. Same with cats. Cats are required to be microchipped if they're 3 months or older, unless they're here for an exhibition or a show. This was a fairly recently added state law, but this is actually far more helpful in reuniting animals to their owners than anything else has ever been, because this also requires that those microchips be registered and that information be kept up to date, because we want to get animals back home as soon as we possibly can. They come to us, we immediately check every animal for a chip. We want to get them back home. I will take questions at the end, but hold tight. Yeah, keep it in your mind. The dog license law only applies to dogs, and it is a county law. So here on Big Island, it is different than other counties, other islands. We require both. The dog tag is every 2 years. It's $6.10 if your dog is unaltered. It's $2.10 if your dog is spayed or neutered. But every 2 years you have to renew it. Plus, if you have a dog, you also have to do the microchip. The licenses do not apply to cats, just for dogs. The barking laws, there are 2 of them. It defines barking as 10 minutes consistently in a 30-minute period or 20 minutes intermittently. However, those 2 things are negated if it's provoked. So if someone is walking past the property with or without other dogs, if someone is ringing a doorbell, if there's something that's causing the dog to alert, we can't enforce that, and neither can the police department. There's a reason those dogs are barking. We can't touch it. So they do exist, but they do allow for a certain amount of barking simply because barking is an innate behavior. So please keep in mind, if you're listening to barking, if you're dealing with barking in your neighborhood, kind of see what's going on around the neighborhood. We do get calls where people are trying to report barking, but right next door there's construction taking place. And those dogs are probably barking because there's construction taking place right next to them. So these things do actually really matter. But there are barking laws. They, however, do not apply to roosters. There is no rooster noise ordinance on Big Island, just dogs. We do respond to barking reports. What we typically do is provide suggestions to owners. We want to help prevent the behavior as opposed to people feeling like they need to punish their dogs for barking. So we'll suggest toys, proper socialization and enrichment, and then if it really is a problem, something that's not harmful, like a citronella spray or an ultrasonic bark collar. We do not condone the use of electric shock collars or actually punishing dogs for barking. It's an innate behavior. Dogs are going to bark, but there are positive ways to help limit it. What the laws don't cover, and this is state and county, there is no law that requires dogs or any other caged animal be let out for walks, be released from a tether or cable runner, be let out of kennels. There's no requirement for socialization or enrichment. That doesn't exist. That's what's considered mental health. Most of our laws, all of our laws, apply to the physical health of dogs, of pet animals. So please keep in mind, we can't tell anyone to walk their dog or to let it off of a chain. There are laws which prohibit like tow chains from being used on dogs, but we can't tell anyone that they have to walk their dog. Please remember in all of this, this is just where we're at now. Things change. When I started in animal control, it was perfectly acceptable for people to keep puppies tethered 24/7. That law changed, and puppies under 6 months can't be kept tethered if they're unattended. So these things do change. This is just where we are now, and that's what we do, is enforce where we are now. There are no necessary sustenance laws for livestock, poultry, reptiles, amphibians, or fish, because none of those are recognized as pet or equine animals. Once again, no nuisance noise laws for roosters. I'm sorry, everyone. And then there are no straying laws for cats. By definition, a cat can never stray because there is no law that says cats stray. They're exempt from the straying laws. The straying laws only apply to dogs. And then other animal laws, which we do come across from time to time and are helpful for people to know, is that rabbits and Belgian hares, by state law, are not allowed on the ground on any of the islands. Doesn't matter if they've been altered, doesn't matter if they're in an enclosure or on a harness and leash. By state law, rabbits are not allowed on the ground. There's one law which prohibits this straying, if you will. It's called trespassing of livestock like goats, pigs, horses, mules, donkeys, cattle. That one is very unique. There's a very specific process that has to be followed in order for any department to properly enforce that law. My version here is very, very simplified, but it does exist. So if your neighbors have cattle that are coming onto your property, there is a law which prohibits that. It is a state law as well. And then the other thing is that any cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, horses, mules, and donkeys over 12 months of age and unbranded, which are running wild, are the property of whomever owns or leases the property on which the animals are currently running wild. So we get these questions pretty frequently where someone may or may not know who owns cows or sheep that keep coming on their property. They're adults, they're fully grown livestock. There's no ear tag, there's no brand, there's no identification. That animal actually immediately belongs to whoever owns or leases the property that that animal is currently on, which means that it could actually be rehomed, given away, sold, but it is important to be very careful there, because if you know who owns the animal and you deliberately give someone's animal away without notifying them, even if it is unbranded, you might get in a little bit of trouble. So that's where talking to us about it first, and we can do checks, make sure it really is an unmarked livestock animal, we can help guide you in the right direction. But we do get this a lot, especially for unbranded cattle, pigs, and sheep. And then now,
I'll take it from here. Thank you. Give a round of applause for Interim Administrator Sharice Emmons. Mahalo, Sharice. Okay, so first of all, yeah, regarding these slides, right? These slides are available on a Google Drive, which will bring up a QR code, right, a little later, and then you can rescan it. It's going to be on the static image that'll be up the whole time for lunch. So we have more, we have those resources that'll be available for you folks, and we'll even put the full recording from today on that Google Drive. We'll bring up Rich Coleman from the Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Here you go, Rich.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Rich Coleman. I'm a deputy. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm a deputy prosecuting attorney at the Hilo office, at the office of the prosecuting. So could everybody hear that? Or okay, I work at the Hilo office of the prosecuting attorney. So I'm a deputy prosecuting attorney. I have prosecuted cases for negligent failure to control dangerous dogs, and so the presentation that I'm going to do today is basically just the negligent failure to control a dangerous dog law.
Try it.
Right, so this is just the title screen. So the main body of law that we deal with for the negligent failure to control the dangerous dog law is the county code, and that would be section 4-4-32, which says that the dog owner commits the offense of negligent failure to control the dangerous dog if the person negligently fails to take reasonable measures to prevent the dog from attacking without provocation a person or animal, and such attack results in the maiming or causing of serious injury or destruction to an animal, bodily injury to a person, and substantial bodily injury to a person or serious bodily injury or death. So there's a lot of elements to this charge. And recently the state law has adopted its own dangerous dog law, which is very similar to the county code. And that is section 711-1144. This came into effect in 2024, but there are other relevant parts to that. There are other relevant statutes to that part that came into effect in July 2025. So this is a new area, and so far at least I have not prosecuted cases under this statute. So what this basically means is these two laws target people who negligently fail to take reasonable measures to control their dangerous dogs. That involves us having to prove that they knew that their dog, or that they should have known that their dog was dangerous, and that their conduct, that their conduct grossly deviated from the standard of care that a law-abiding citizen would have taken. So it's kind of complicated because just because the dog has strayed doesn't necessarily mean that the person is negligent, because they could have taken all the measures that they possibly could and that dog still managed to get out of their house. Now the problem with that is that an accident like that can have a huge impact, especially if the person isn't aware of their dog's dangerous propensities. We've had cases which is, it was just a simple accident that has led to people getting really badly hurt. So this law targets people who essentially just do nothing about their dogs, and their dogs are hurting people. So kind of simplified, comparing the state code and the county, the state law and the county code, the different types of damages that happen and what the severity of the offense is. So maiming or causing serious injury or death of an animal, or causing bodily injury to a person. And bodily injury to a person is essentially either pain or basically just a bite that doesn't result in either substantial injury or serious bodily injury. And we have to prove that the injuries are substantial or serious bodily injury. And off the top of my head, I can't recall what the definitions of those are, but it is defined in the Hawaii revised statutes. And so, yeah, most of the time, most of the cases I deal with are petty misdemeanor cases. A lot of times it's charged that way because the cases are generally hard to prove, given that there's a lot we don't necessarily know about how the dog got loose, and there's a lot that we can't necessarily find out because we can't just go into somebody's yard and try to figure out how the dog was being kept. And so this just compares both the state and county laws. The way these laws are enforced primarily are through citations, arrests, which are very rare. I think I've only seen one, and referrals, which a lot of them come to our office as referrals. That's when there is no citation or arrest. The police take statements, they make the reports, and they send the reports to our office, and we review them. So for citations, they can be issued by either animal control or HPD, but there should only be one citation for each incident. We don't want to have two citations, otherwise we have to dismiss one. And it's important that all the sections on the citation are filled out. This is the charging instrument. This is the way they get charged with the crime. If it's not done correctly, then essentially the case gets thrown out. And statements of facts always help, because sometimes we don't necessarily get the reports right away. So if there's a statement of facts on there, we at least know what happened so me as the deputy prosecuting attorney, when I go to the first appearance, I at least know what happened when that case comes to me. And these are for non-felonies only. If it's a felony, then it would either be referred to our office and we would have to determine if we can charge the case, if we can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, or if we, or the person, or the police can arrest the person. But like I said, that rarely happens. And if there is a citation, then the dog gets seized, and depending on which body of law that it's charged under, that would be the appropriate body of law to look to when deciding how to seize the dog. In other words, so police and animal control have authority to seize a dog under these particular statutes. Hawaii County Code section 4-4-34, so we would look to that when the person's either being cited or referred regarding 4-4-32, so that's the negligent failure to control a dangerous dog under the county code. And we would look to 711-1145 if it's charged under the state law. For arrests, as far as I know, only HPD arrests people, not animal control officers. They must have probable cause in order to arrest, and this is at the discretion of the officer. And then the case gets charged via a complaint, so the person is arrested, and then when they come into custody or if they bail out, our office looks at the case, looks at the report, and charges the case. And we file a complaint with the court. And as with the citations, the dog must be seized according to those provisions. Well, actually, so the county code requires the dogs to be seized. The state law actually gives authority to HPD to seize the dog if they have probable cause to believe that the state negligent failure to control the dangerous dog law has been violated. Referrals, that takes a lot longer. We have to charge it within the statute of limitations. So if it comes to us as a petty misdemeanor, we have a year to charge it. If it comes to us as a felony, then we have, I think it's 5 years. Sorry, I'm I'm in district court. I'm not too familiar with that. But
Rich, I'm so sorry, but in the essence of time, I'm gonna wrap this up. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
These amazing stats and documents, slides will be available on the Google Drive. Okay, you folks can get it later. But we do want to leave moments for question and answers. Yeah, for Rich and Charisse. Anthony, if you can a little bit, please. Okay, so we're going to give a chance for 3 questions to be asked. All right. I'm going to work this side of the room first. If you want to raise your hand, I can come up to you. Okay, right there. Perfect. I'm coming. So if you could tell me your question and I'll ask it, please. Thank you. This is Elizabeth here. Elizabeth is asking, why aren't state and county laws uniformed?
For anything in particular, or just in general?
Yeah, so maybe just as from what you know, yeah, why aren't state and county laws more uniformed?
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll take this.
Yep.
In general, different bodies of government have different authority. So for us, our authority actually comes from the county, which means most of what we do is enforce county laws, but state does to an extent obviously supersede county. So we lean on state laws, but they're just subtle and not so subtle differences in the way things are defined. But if we're looking at something that's possibly criminal, what we're going to do is look state likely. We want to go as high up as we possibly can. But if it's something minor, what we're probably going to do is lean on county. At least like in general, when you look at like the cruelty definition sort of thing.
Rich, you got anything to add?
So, I mean, like Charisse said, it's two different authorities. And this is really a better question for the legislature because they're the ones who make those laws.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take a, here we go. All right, she was fast, wicked fast. Cindy, please.
Yeah.
And then also keep it kind of quick. We gotta move.
No idea.
Yeah.
That is something that...
Charisse, repeat the question, please.
Oh, the question was, why have the dog license laws not changed in many, many years? The fees. And sorry, not the laws, the fees. And that's something that county is looking at. We do reassess laws. So we're looking at it, but no easy answer for you currently.
Okay, here. Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah, we had spotters. We yes. Yeah.
Get fixed and they leave it at the sanctuary. Is that illegal?
All right, Jody Adams, right? Is TNR illegal?
No. TNR, typically the purpose of TNR is you're trapping from a location, you're getting it altered, you're putting it back where it came from. You have not relocated it. As long as there's permission, so as long as the property where the animal is going to, you've got permission from the property owner or it's being adopted, that's fine. You can't just take a cat and willy-nilly let it go someplace else.
Okay, no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Right, so we have these little notebooks on your table. Please write down your questions, and we'll get those notebooks. All right, we got to keep moving. Yeah. So mahalo nui loa. One round of applause for Charisse Emmons and Rich Coleman. Mahalo. Yeah. So during lunchtime, when we have that nice moment where we can just talk story, we will try to answer as many questions as possible. So please write them down in those notebooks, find a blue shirt, and we'll collect them. Mahalo, you folks. Okay, we're going to, yes. Yeah.
I was just going to say something real quick while you guys are saying. Yeah. Really fast, because everyone knows we're trying to increase live release rates. We work with a lot of rescues on island that come to us to look at their animals, to look at our animals, excuse me. If anyone is interested, any rescues want to eventually come to animal control to look at animals, to network for adoption, please let me know. We are trying to work with as many groups as possible. Thank you to Hawaiʻi Pointer Rescue. They are the newest rescue partner that we have. So please, anyone who wants to work with us, come find me. Thank you.
Mahalo, Charisse. All right, we're moving on abruptly to our next session, which is supposed to start at 10:30. Kalama Ia'u, looking at tackling overpopulation humanely, trap, neuter, return, and adoption programs. Can we please get representatives from Action for Animals Hawaii, Advocats, Aloha Animal Oasis, Cat SNP, Department of Land and Natural Resources, Kona Cat Commons, Big Island Invasive Species Committee, and Volcano Cat Sanctuary. Make your way to the stage, please. Okay, mahalo for coming up so quickly. We will start here with Franny. We'll start with Franny, and we'll go that way, and then we're going to go see, that's the rhythm we're going to go with on this panel. Franny, if you could begin with, of course, introducing yourself, your organization, and what it is that you folks do in relation to TNR and adoption programs.
Okay. I'm Franny Brewer, and I'm Program Manager for Big Island Invasive Species, which is part of the University of Hawaii, and we don't do anything in relation to spay-neuter or adoption programs. We work on invasive species, which of course, as Heather Kimball mentioned earlier, do fall under the definition because they are introduced animals that cause harm to our environment, economy, or human health. But I would say that most of our intersection with animals comes a lot in helping people with invasive species issues that affect animals. So we do a lot of education on teaching pet owners and just residents in general how to take care of little fire ants, which have an impact on our pets' vision, right? Rat lungworm, we teach people explicitly, to be safe from that lungworm, including with their pets and practices that they can use to protect their pets. And in the past, we have done a lot of work on we do have wild rabbit warrens on this island, and rabbits are a very destructive species. So we have worked to actively remove those rabbits off the landscape, and we've worked with the Hawaii Island Humane Society, appreciate them in the past for their work to help get those rabbits adopted out. But we don't have the capacity for that anymore, and so we spend a lot of time on trying to educate folks about keeping rabbits, as was mentioned earlier, up off the ground, not letting them run free. So I would say that most of our work is pretty tangential to animal overpopulation. Yep.
Mahalo nui, Franny. And up next, we have Ian.
Hello. All right. Hi, my name is Ian Cole. I'm with DLNR DOFA. That's Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. Much like Franny, we spend most of our time managing state-owned lands under the Department of Land and Natural Resources. I happen to manage the East Hawaii Wildlife branch, and we don't have a lot of direct interaction with TNR per se, but where there's conflict between feral animal populations and indigenous wildlife, that's where we have to step in, because one of our main mandates is the protection of indigenous wildlife. As well as forestry and stuff, but mine is wildlife. So where those conflicts exist is usually where we step in and try to interfere. Interject. Sometimes I feel like I'm interfering, if that makes you feel any better. Yeah, so the trick, and this is a tough one even for my own department, is most of our management happens on state DOFA managed lands. That's pretty straightforward. Those are forest reserves, natural area reserves, wildlife sanctuaries. Wildlife doesn't tend to follow geopolitical boundaries, and they go all over the place, and therefore we end up with dealing with wildlife on, indigenous wildlife mostly on private lands, county lands, parks. That's where most of our wildlife predator conflict occurs, and that's where we get called in to try to assist. It's tough because not everybody wants us on their property, and like we just talked about a second ago, jurisdictions and rules change from geopolitical boundary to geopolitical boundary, so it makes it real tough. But we've been working with different groups just to try to look for solutions because of this overpopulation. I'll tell you, I just answered a call on the last break. What we do a lot of is feral pigs, feral sheep, how to deal with those. It gets real messy where ag and our rules mesh or don't mesh. Yeah, but that's where we are. We're located in Hilo. We also have a branch in Waimea, and yeah.
Right on, Ian. Just a real quick question. So you're at DLNR. What division in DLNR are you with?
I'm with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife.
Awesome. Okay, so it looks like they do it like feral pigs, goats, all kind, yeah?
Yes.
Mahalo. Right on. Thank you, Ian. Up next, we have Cindy Thurston. Cindy?
Hi, my name is Cindy Thurston. I'm a volunteer with Advocats. Advocats is actually one of the oldest animal welfare organizations on the island. We started back in 1999. Our mission is to control the homeless cat population through trap, neuter, return. And for those of you who may not be familiar with cat, neuter, return, trap, neuter, return, under the program, the homeless cats are trapped, surgically sterilized, that's the N, and then returned to their colonies to live out the rest of their lives. But at least they're not reproducing anymore. And then the cats are cared for by Advocates volunteers. The maintenance program is also a very important part of trap, neuter, return. Advocats is not a cat rescue. We do not have a facility, and we are not able to we do not take people's unwanted cats. What we offer is a homeless cat management program. So you may be aware the cats live in colonies, generally at parks, shopping centers, transfer stations. Our volunteers feed the cats daily. They monitor the cats for health and new cats. And very, very important thing, any new cats showing up in the colony are trapped and spayed or neutered so they can no longer reproduce. Now, in order to accomplish the spay-neuter portion, we organize spay-neuter clinics, at which a large number of homeless cats is sterilized. We hire what's called a high-quality, high-volume veterinarian who charges us a greatly reduced rate. As we probably are all aware, there's a dire shortage of veterinarians on this island, as there is throughout the entire country. And veterinarian charges have greatly increased over the years. So there's no way we could do what we do without the generosity of veterinarians who either volunteer their time, but generally we have a veterinarian who just charges us a reduced rate. And we do not charge people. So mainly our cats at our clinics come from the colonies, but also there are homeless cats on, with all the agricultural properties, farms. Most farms have feral or homeless cats as well. So we organize spay-neuter clinics in Kona. We work on the west side of the island, although we get cats at our clinics from Hamakua all the way down to Ka'u, Na'alehu, and Pahala, so basically the west side of the island. So at our spay-neuter clinics, which we hold, currently we're holding twice a month at the old airport, our veterinarian can spay or neuter as many as 100 cats in a day. So the cats, as I said, are surgically sterilized, which is called a spay on a female cat or a neuter on a male cat. The cats are also ear-tipped. That is a visual indication that the cat has been spayed or neutered. So anybody looking at the cat should know that the cat has been fixed. We also microchip all the cats, and they are vaccinated for the common cat diseases. We apply anti-flea deworming medication as well. and then they're monitored and then returned back to their colonies after they've been spayed or neutered. So we started back in 1999, and since then Advocats has sterilized over 31,000 homeless cats on the west side of the island. So obviously we've made a, thank you, huge impact. But on one hand, you'll notice I refer to the cats as homeless and not necessarily feral. These days, the majority of cats, a large percentage of the cats in our colonies are dumped, abandoned cats. People who don't want their cats anymore, they know where there's a colony, and they dump their cats there. It is illegal, however, unless you actually see somebody doing it, it's just impossible to catch people. It's very frustrating to go to your colony one evening to feed and find 7 tiny little kittens have been dumped there, which is what happens. Anyway, to end up, I just want to say TNR works. Personally, I've managed a number of colonies in the Keauhou area. When I first started doing this, well, I started doing it a long time ago, but when I started with Advocats in 2008, I had one colony that had maybe 30 or 40 cats in it. And at the beginning of 2005, the beginning of last year, 2025, I was down to 3 cats in that colony. So the cats don't disappear overnight, but, through natural attrition, as they get older and pass on, the colony size does decrease. So then it gets a little irritating when somebody dumps 6 young unsterilized cats in that same colony. But that's what we're dealing with constantly. If people weren't dumping cats, we wouldn't have this problem. So it's not Advocates' problem. It's caused by the public. So we're trying to do our best to deal with the homeless cat situation. And it's wonderful that there are now, when we first started doing this, we were the only ones on the island. Advocats was the only ones on the island doing the TNR, spay-neuter, large spay-neuter clinics.
Thank you, Cindy. I have just one question. Is there a fee or a cost to the service?
We do not charge a fee. We ask for donations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mahalo. All right, John.
Good morning, everybody. I do want to say thank you to Cindy. I actually got started in my whole animal rescue adventure through her organization. They've done amazing things over the years. My name's John Hupf. Myself and Lori Luchette, we started Aloha Animal Oasis about 4 years ago. We were working with Cindy and saw the amazing work she was doing, teaching the island about the importance of TNR, but we wanted to do more. So we started an organization to do spay and neuter. Up to this point, we're a 100% volunteer organization. Relatively young, but we're growing fast because we have some really great volunteers. We put together a plan when Lori and I first got together that kind of had 2 parts of it. The first part was the spay and neuter. It's the only humane way to control the cat population that we have here. As of right now, we're doing about 2,000 cats per year. So we're off to a good start. We're doing about 2 to 4 clinics per month. We have to fly vets in because of the shortage of veterinary staff on the island. We fly vets in from Oregon, from the mainland, all over the place. We fly from Oahu, just so we can get those high quality, high volume vets here. Recently, with the help of some really generous donors, we've actually secured our own commercial space. So we're ramping up the number of clinics that we're doing. If you're in Kona, we're a Kona-based organization. We're right next to the UPS store. And we're trying to use it for more than just the clinics. We're doing adoption events out of there. We're actually working with some other organizations that they're doing wellness clinics there. We're trying to do some foster events. And we started doing trapping classes because one of the hardest parts with this is reaching these cats and empowering the community to trap the cats, bring them to us. We're a pay-what-you-can clinic. There's no cost for it. But we just need to empower the community members to trap the cats in their neighborhood, to bring them to us. We loan out the traps. We get them spayed. They bring them back. And it works out quite well. The next part of our goal that we're really trying to do that makes our plan a little bit more sustainable long-term is to kind of mimic what's going on in Lanai. Lanai started a cat sanctuary, and they're 98% funded by the tourists that come through the doors. It's the #1 tourist attraction on the island of Lanai. Our island, we have about 50 times as many tourists as they have. So we feel if we could build a cat sanctuary similar to what they have, with the number of tourists that could come through the doors, that we can employ our own full-time vet staff. That would allow us to have vet staff on island. We could do spay and neuter surgery 7 days a week. And to piggyback what Cindy had said, spay and neuter works. When I was with Advocats, I took over a colony that had over 250 cats in it. It took me a year to trap every single cat in that colony because I would take 20 cats to a clinic at a time. Another clinic I would take, 3 weeks later, I could only get 10 spots. It took me a year to get that entire colony fixed. Fast forward 5 years from now, that colony is down to about 30 cats. So it works. In the model that we're trying to present, if we're doing clinics 7 days a week, I could have gone into that clinic. I could have trapped every single cat, brought them to the clinic, not released any of the cats until they were all gone. I could have done it in a week. It would have saved so much of my time. You multiply that by all these colonies around the island, the 7-day clinic model is really what's needed to really fix every cat in a colony. Another part of this sanctuary that we would get started is the cats that would populate our sanctuary would come from the areas of the island that are causing concerns. So the marine ecosystem that the cats are potentially impacting, we would take those cats into the sanctuary. The ones that are impacting the nene goose up in Waikoloa, we would take those cats into our sanctuary. The nesting birds, those cats would come into our sanctuary, alleviate the problems that a lot of these other parts of the island are impacting. So the short-term problems around the island plus the long-term spay and neuter, the sanctuary really does solve a lot of those problems. We've been doing a really good job at fundraising. We're pretty much at the point right now that we can go shopping for land, but we can't find the right piece of land. So if anybody knows of a land in the West Hawaii, 15 acres or so, has access, easy access for tourists to get to, let me know right away. We're ready to go. But other than that, I'm thankful for everybody organizing this. I really look forward to working with a lot of you guys in the future. And if there's any questions for me, our website is hawaiiaao.org. Please reach out.
Yep. Mahalo, John.
Aloha, I'm Mitchell Marks, Executive Director of DFIN Foundation. First of all, a big thank you to the mayor, Charisse, for organizing this, the county council members. We've been working very closely with Fresh Onishi from the council, and so I'll tell you about that. DFIN Foundation, we're the new kids on the block. We have we just received our IRS nonprofit status last year. We're in a planning phase. Our mission is twofold. One is to promote animal welfare on the Big Island, and the other is to create educational and developmental opportunities for high school and college students on the Big Island. I happen to have a PhD in organizational psychology, and as I look back on my training, it was the practical stuff that mattered the most. So as I talk to you about our cat welfare activities, keep in mind that we're going to try to create opportunities for high school students to just tag along and learn from observation, as well as maybe students from UH Hilo and the community colleges who want to do theses about some project. We want to welcome educational opportunities. One of our key activity that we want to talk about today is the Kona Cat Commons. You can reach us at konacatcommons@gmail.com. We don't have a website yet. We're that new. And by the way, when I first did this, Kona, Cat, and Commons all started with a K. And then someone said no. So it's Kona with a K, cat with a C, and commons with a C. Kona Cat Commons at Gmail. We have a very lofty vision. We want to be a must-see destination for both locals and tourists to not just address the situation about community cats, but we also want to celebrate the heritage of agribusiness on this island. We are currently a 6-acre working farm. We have coffee, mangoes, avocados. Our vision is to be a destination where first and foremost we take care of cats. And secondly, we want people to appreciate about the agribusiness here on this island. We're going to focus on community cats. You mentioned we can't call them feral anymore. The appropriate word is community cats. So I want to be very clear. We're not going to work with domesticated cats. We're only going to take in cats that are dare I say, stray or feral cats, but community cats. Our adoption program will be limited to what we call working cats. So for ranchers or farmers or business people who maybe have a rodent problem on their property, that we're not going to try and domesticate community cats. We're going to create a niche where we only deal with working cats. We also want to leverage the fact that we're a working farm. So we're envisioning things like fundraising, selling our brand of coffee, or maybe for $25, a visitor can get a bag and hand pick mangoes or avocados from the trees. You may know Keone from the Lanai Cat Sanctuary, who's just done a phenomenal job. And people go out of their way when they visit the islands to visit that destination. And he's working with us, and we just want the same kind of status. As I said, it's a very lofty vision. One thing that impressed me here today already is during the pilot, during the blessing, it was stressed that we need to work together. And I want to be very clear, please. One more cat sanctuary on this island is not going to put a dent in our situation. I mean, as much as the numbers are amazing, the numbers everyone's doing that we've been shared with today are just amazing. But one more cat sanctuary is not going to make a dent. My hope and my intentions, and Fresh, the council member Fresh has been so clear on this, we want to do a pilot project. We want to learn going forward over the next couple of years and share with others what we're learning. We want to make sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes, and we want to make sure that others don't repeat the same mistakes that we have. So my point is, we do need to work together. And I think that's one of the great things about today. We're still in the planning phase. If folks have ideas, again, it's Kona Cat Commons at Gmail. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mitchell. Awesome feedback, awesome mana'o. I appreciate many of the solutions you folks are sharing. The time for solutions will come. We're going to get to that after lunch. So if you could save those nuggets, please. We don't want to give them away too quickly. But yeah, we do appreciate all of your thoughts. So thank you. Sienna.
Hi, my name's Sienna. I'm with Volcano Cat Sanctuary. We are a pretty darn new nonprofit. We have been a nonprofit for about 1.5 years, almost 2 years in April. We're pretty darn small, but what we're doing right now is we are working with small young kitties, and the reason why we're doing that is just because we know that they move, and we're trying to help as many cats as we can. And as we grow and we move into our permanent location, which is going to be up in Volcano, we'll be able to kind of switch our attention to more of the adult cats. As we know, there's really not a lot of places for cats to go if you have to move away, if you get sick, for any reason really. And so once we go ahead and we switch over our attention to that, then hopefully we can create a space for those adult cats to live out their life in a peaceful and safe environment. For TNR, we highly support it. Right now, we are connecting our community with the appropriate resources, but us alone, as you guys have all heard, we can't do it on our own. And so we do recognize how important it is to get these cats fixed, to get them microchipped and vaccinated before they go to their forever homes. That's kind of where we're at right now. We're helping as many as we can, and hopefully later on that we would be able to take on more. We have cleared 1 acre up in Volcano. We have 3 acres right now. It's going to fill up in a day. So the more funding, the more support, The more help we can get, we'll be able to help more cats. But for now, we're a rescue that's helping out kittens, getting them their forever homes, getting them healthy, vaccinated, microchipped, and making sure that we can help with more of the houseless, abandoned cats. Thank you so much.
Right on, Sienna. Doing great work at Volcano. Here you go. Peace.
Hi, my name is Sandy Allstrand, and I'm with Action for Animals, Hawaii. And we do have a community cat committee, and I'm the chairperson of that committee. And we're kind of a small committee. We have a group of about 4 or 5 of us, and everyone on that committee is an experienced person in TNR. We've all been doing it for a long time. So for Action for Animals, we are the ones who go out and we have colonies that we all maintain, cat colonies, and we do the trap, neuter, return of those. We also help people that are in our communities that live on their own land and have a lot of cats. So we'll go out and help trap those cats as well and get them spayed and neutered and back to the land that they came from. When we do our trap, neuter, return, we use Pet Fix. Pet Fix is a wonderful organization, and they're doing a 4-day spay neuter clinics right now, so that's probably why they aren't here. But we take our cats to Pet Fix, and we also take them to Good Karma in Hilo. That's the resource that we use for our trap, neuter, and return. So that's basically it for Action for Animals. We're just doing the basic spay, neuter, and return, which we know is the only way that's going to help reduce the cat population on the island. We also have a working cat program. I just wanted to mention that. So, yeah, so that's it for me.
Mahalo, Sandy Alstrand. If you could pass the mic to your right, please. Yep, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bea Henderson. I'm with CatSnip Hawaii. I want to give you a little history. My husband and I were both born and raised in Honolulu, which got to be too crowded, too busy, too hectic. So we moved over to the Big Island. 1995, we bought a house in Waimea, and since we had brought 2 cats with us from Honolulu, we got acquainted with the doctors at Vet Associates and Kamuela Animal Clinic. I started paddling for Kauai Canoe Club in the year 2000, and when Auntie Eunice said, "Oh, it looks like Makapa'a's hop by again," I said, "Oh, we can fix that." So I started fixing cats. I think we fixed about 20 at the canoe club. My fellow paddlers would get coupons from the Humane Society, and the cats would go to Vet Associates and Kamuela Animal Clinic. I was working with Debbie Cravata of CARES. In 2009, we realized there was a need for microchipping cats, because we fix the cats, take them back where they came from. Neighbor would pick the cat up and take it to animal control. There was no animal control. Take it to the Humane Society. Humane Society would call either Cindy Thurston or myself and say, this cat has an ear tip. We're going to give it to you. It's like, okay, now what do we do? So in 2009, we started microchipping so that we would know where to take the cat back. Eventually, Waimea got too crowded. Well, before that, actually. I was at Advocat's first spay-neuter clinic in 2005. I think there were 3 vets there, and we maybe did 30-something cats, and we thought we were awesome. These were brick-and-mortar type veterinarians that take a little longer to do spay and neuter. So I got to the point I was regularly taking cats to Advocats clinics in Kona in various venues, some of which were very challenging. I would load up our F-150 with as many as 40 cats in 40 traps. 10 traps per layer, 4 layers high, cargo net. Then I would have to, after, stay at the clinic, help out, take them home, unload them into the garage, take care of them, feed them, give them food and water for a couple of days, and then return them. So when Waimea got too busy, too crowded for us, we started looking for property elsewhere, Honoka'a aside, up north, and we found a property in Kapa'au. 2000, well, we started building, and I told my husband, we're going to build a barn. The vet is going to come to us. I'm done with loading up 40 cats, unloading them, reloading them, bringing them home. So we built a barn as well as a house. And we had our first clinic in 2011 with Selena Hatt. We hadn't even moved in yet, and we had our first clinic. We did 145 cats that day. And that was pretty much a record until Selena Hatt went down to Kona the next day and did 146 for Advocats. But we've just, since then, we've been using, I think we've gone through maybe 8 different veterinarians. We had one for about 8 years. We're now bringing one over from Oahu. We were doing clinics twice a month, but funding has become a bit of an issue. We do not charge. We do the standard Advocates protocol of spay, neuter, microchip, vaccinate. We ear tip community cats. We have been taking in pets. We maybe do 10 to 15% of our animals are pets. We do not charge. We gratefully accept donations. We are delighted that there are other organizations starting up to take care of the spay and neuter, because we definitely need help. We started out adopting out. Until every cat is spayed and neutered, there will be kittens. So we have started in 2015 adopting out, socializing. We quarantine because we have a facility, we quarantine for 3 weeks to make sure the animals are healthy before they get adopted out. And then again, spay, neuter, the whole works. Since our beginning in 2011, which is when we incorporated CatSnip as a 501c3 nonprofit, we have spayed and neutered over 10,000 cats. And since we started out adopting in 2015, we have adopted out over 2,000 cats. What all of us up here need is more funding. Thank you.
Mahalo. Mahalo. Yeah. One last comment, quick, okay? Okay, fast.
So I would like to offer a huge thanks to the county for allowing us to use the pavilion at the old airport in Kona for our spay-neuter clinics. It took many years to get approval, but it's a wonderful facility. It's a great place because everybody knows where it is. It's huge space, and they were allowed to use it for no charge. So thank you very much.
Mahalo, Cindy Thurston. All right, one cool element of this whole summit is our mayor is here. He's listening, he's engaging, and we're going to call him up to help summarize. Mayor Alameda. Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Wow, impressive. So we got state, right? We got UH, and then everybody in between trying to help us out, help our county out. You know, and I feel the compassion and the passion for what you folks do. So thank you so much. I like the lingo change. You know, community cats. I mean, we have homeless, like a human homeless population. I'm thinking of calling them community humans, just cause it feels better. You know, because we have a lot of community humans that we got to figure out. That's another summit. So, I mean, yes, yeah, well, I have 7 kids. I'm officially neutered, just saying. Okay? No, I got you. Yeah, so I mean, if you're not spayed, neutering, the kittens, right, will keep coming. And thank you for focusing on that special population of kittens. Yeah, I mean, that is really cool. And of course, what you guys are doing, and yeah, Clayton Hanma, our director, you know, he reminded us a couple of days before the summit. He said, "Oh yeah, give a shout out to you guys in Kona, really making good use of the pavilion, and it's popular. From my understanding, people show up, so that's good." So yeah, so again, you know, what I'm hearing is, you know, the first part was everybody kind of like introducing themselves, and this is good for me and good for my team, all of us, I guess, to know what resources we have out there. And there's more to come even after lunch. And so, but what I want to do is call up our prosecutor, representative, and Sharice to answer some of the questions that we had prior that we didn't get a chance to answer. So I want to alleviate you from your duties. Thank you so much. You can join back the crowd again. Thank you. All righty, so Micah, usually how I do questions and I train my staff is like we start from here and we go all the way to here. And so, you know, if we pass you, that means we kind of go back and we want to make sure everybody get a chance, right? And then once we end here, if there's time, then we can go back. So I'm going to ask Micah to start from here. Yep. And then just work your way this way. And this is related to just cats and dogs. Because I got all kinds of questions about the bunnies and... Like, I had my bunny on the ground. I didn't know that was illegal, but now I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know. Okay? So, yep. Here you go.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so we'll start with a question here on this left side. Right here. Perfect. If you want to tell me your question, and then I'll... Yeah. Okay.
For Sharice, and then I have a question for the prosecutor.
Okay. Okay.
So when you said that pets cannot be used for prizes, I've seen a lot on Facebook and then puppy signs on the road. So does that fall into the same category? Is it being a prize and being a worthy call to the police and or your organization?
Okay, real quick. So this is pets as prizes, puppies as prizes, and we're seeing signs on the side of the road and on Facebook basically promoting this. Yeah. So what is it?
No, that's not appropriate. If people are selling them, we see a lot of like people selling puppies on the side of the road, entirely different. But if someone is motivating like raffle sales or games or something and the prize is a pet animal, that is against the law, so it should be reported. We don't check Facebook every day, so if you see something, let us know, let police know, because it might need to be both of us.
Okay, so two-part question, right? Now, the second. Yep.
So you said police and or people cannot go into someone's yard to see how the dog is kept, but if there is a citation, you can seize the dog. So what's the difference between the two? So if you have a concerned citizen calling for the care of an animal, but police and or animal control don't have permission, but then if there's a citation, they do have permission. So what's the counterpart in between?
Yeah, so quickly, what's the difference between somebody just calling, saying, hey, there's an animal that's being abused, opposed to there being a citation, which gives them the right to actually go and check in on that animal? Yeah? So what's the difference there?
So while they cannot go into somebody's yard, they can request them to seize the dog. They're just taking their dog away from them, basically. and then giving it to animal control. So usually it's animal control, right, who comes and seizes the dog. But they don't necessarily need to go into their yard to do that. If they want to, then they need a warrant. Yeah.
Okay. Mahalo, Rich. Mahalo, Shrees. I'll take one more here. Yep. Okay. We go. Okay. Come. Yep.
The question is, so the animals are required, I think both dogs and cats are required to be chipped. So the question is, so that's the first step. Are they also required to be registering that chip? And if not, is that enforced or reviewed, or do you see what my question is?
Yeah.
Repeat it.
So his question was regarding cats and dogs being microchipped. Is the microchip required to be registered? Yes, it is. That's also part of state law. It's actually the next subsection after 143.2. So yes, it has to be registered with a microchip registry, and the information has to be kept up to date. Otherwise, microchips are oftentimes dead ends.
The owner or somebody, then what happens? There's no way to support that. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Cindy, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna stop this because people are gonna just start, jumping in. So if you two can answer that, great. If no can, we're moving on.
So that is a little bit harder, right? Every rescue or clinic that microchips dogs and cats is going to give that information to the adopter or owner. And it's the owner's responsibility to register it. And if they rehome that animal, give it to someone else, something like that, it's up to them to make sure it's registered. When we get animals in with microchips that don't have registered owners attached, it is technically something that could be cited for, meaning it would be a criminal citation, but what we choose to do is educate instead, because that's such a minor thing as far as prosecution, but we'd rather educate people. A lot of people just don't know they have to register it. They think it's been implanted and it automatically is. So it's that education piece. We're having to tell people it has a chip, now it's your job.
Mahalo, Shrees. Okay, last one back there. Yep. Toby. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, you. Yes, in the pink and the vest. I'm so sorry. The glare. Yeah, please. Yes. Mahalo, ma'am. Yep. So what is the process, right, to prosecute, I guess, yeah, quick, as briefly as can. Yeah. Yeah, go. Answer, please.
So we prosecute based on the police reports. As far as what you can do so that the police take it seriously, I wouldn't be able to answer that because that's a police matter.
Sorry, thank you. Maybe I can address that more. There's been some police questions here, so maybe I can better address that. I wasn't there. I'm not part of that. First time I'm hearing it. Where do you live? Okay. I thought you were going to say Kona. But anyway, I'm the captain for Kona. That's something that we could address. As far as the officers taking it seriously, I would like to think that we are. If for some reason you don't get the police service you feel you deserve, by all means, each district, every officer has a supervisor. Each district has a commander, a captain. By all means, bring it to their attention so it can be addressed appropriately. As far as how the case goes, yes, as the prosecutor was saying, it starts off that way. If we need to generate a case, we'll generate a case. Typically, we reach out to animal control so that they can secure the dogs, cats, whatever. We don't have a detention facility for animals, so we typically reach out for them for that. Does that answer your question?
Mahalo. Okay, we're going here. Question? Nope. Okay, yeah, we'll take the last one here. Last question. So you could repeat the question, please.
So the question was what to do about feral dogs in Upper Ocean View, where the land is primarily on the national park side. So that one is interesting. Animal control, we loan out traps to other government departments, to the public, to try to catch these feral dogs, because we know that feral dogs, this is actually one of the few places in the country where there are truly feral dogs. And so we work with the community to get traps, basically constantly rotating Ocean View in different places to pull as many as we can. It does get trickier when it's on national park land, but I can reach out to them and see if they're interested in borrowing our traps. They actually may not know that that's a possibility, because if a dog is trapped and we have their permission, we can just remove it. So it might just be a matter of communication, which I'm happy to do. If you've contacted anyone there, please meet me after and share that information, and I can take over.
Rich, you want to add? Or
no, I think that's pretty good. Yeah.
What? Oh, yeah. Captain, you want to add anything about feral dogs?
As far as the national park, I can't speak on their behalf. They fall under the federal side. But we do have a good working relationship with them. So I don't see any problem with us working with them to, whether it's issue citations or try to identify or get the case moving forward.
Councilmember Kimball with the last question. Yeah, last one, please.
Are right now. I'd love to hear from your expertise. You've got me, you've got James, you've got Jennifer Kamuela, legislative assistant here, Shannon. If you were to change one thing in the county code right now, what would you prioritize? Oh, nerds.
That is a fantastic question, and I wish you told me I could pick 3 things. Or any number other than one. Dog licensing, honestly, is something that needs to be looked at. Licenses, more and more on a national scale, aren't really considered reliable or useful. The tags themselves become impossible to read because they wear against a dog's neck or collar or other tags. Microchipping is the national standard. So if we actually moved away from dog licenses, it would help us, actually. Because it's one less thing that owners have to remember, and it's permanent. Microchips are permanent. Licenses fall off. They get worn off. You have to replace them. So top number 1 is look at dog licenses. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Mahalo. Rich, quickly.
So I'm being a little bit selfish. I guess the burden of proof that we have to overcome when it comes to proving that somebody is negligent, that is oftentimes very difficult because of the lack of information that we have. But that's also more of a constitutional question too.
Mahalo, Rich. Mahalo, Sharice. We appreciate it. All right. Appreciate you guys for hanging in so long. We made it to the lunch hour. I just want to recap, okay? All of the slide decks you saw earlier will be available on a Google Drive. The QR code will be available shortly. Okay, at this moment, we're going to feature an array of speakers, for our 12:30 segment. We're going to call up to the stage. Can we please get Amanda from Prosecuting Attorneys? Can we get Cindy from HACA? Can we please get Matt from Prosecuting Attorneys? And Lauren Nickerson, please, from Hawaiʻi Humane Society. You can take a seat on the stage, please. So as Mayor talked about earlier in the morning, the earlier segments was about getting to know each other, understanding more about what it is that we do as organizations, as stakeholders. Now we're going to segue into solutions. So we're going to kick off our afternoon portion with this educational, super awesome panel. Yes, also can we please get a representative from the police department? Mahalo, Captain. Okay, we are going to begin with Amanda from the Prosecuting Attorney's Office. She will whip through some slides, and then we're going to move on to the next speaker. Amanda, please introduce yourself and take it away.
Hi, my name is Amanda McHugh. I work at the Restorative Justice Program over at the Prosecutor's Office. I'm going to try to run through this as fast as possible. I know you all just had lunch. So the reason why I'm here today, just a brief history with me, I'm a licensed mental health therapist. I've worked with victims of crime and human trafficking. I've worked with victims of crime and sex assault and domestic violence in Oregon and Chicago. But I also worked with offenders. So I worked at HCCC as an intake therapist, support group manager, and I've also just been back and forth between victim and offender my whole career. So what's beautiful about restorative justice and in this position is I bring both of those folks together to the table to try to find healing and justice without utilizing the court system. So I would like to just explain the program and specifically why this intersects with animal cases. So our program started at the Prosecuting Attorney's Office in 2014. We are the only restorative justice program within a Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Most of them are in mediation centers or nonprofits, which makes ours very unique. Also, we are the only restorative justice program in the state. We currently do victim offender conferencings and dialogues. So the definition, restorative justice seeks to examine the harmful impact of crime and determines whether what can be done to repair that harm while holding the person who caused it accountable for their actions, and accountability for the offender, meaning accepting responsibility and acting to repair the harm done. So we are a victim-focused program. We're not listening to like what the statute or the law says or what the citation says. We ask the victim what they think justice looks like. And each victim has a different idea of what that might look like for them. So how our process works is we receive our referrals from either the victim, their counselor, or the DPAs. So the DPA might look at a case and say, you know what, this looks like a relationship issue, like coworkers, neighbors, a family dispute, rather than like a criminal good prosecution case. They can see that a relationship needs to be healed, not just a crime occurred. And they refer the case to me and my team, and we start doing outreach and screening. What that looks like is we do background checks on both of the victim and the offender, make sure they don't have warrants out, those sorts of things. And then we look through the police report, body cam, all of that to see if it's a good fit for restorative justice. They both have to voluntarily agree to participate. I'm not going to mandate my victim to meet with an offender. So it's a voluntary process. If they don't want to do this process, then it goes back to the normal criminal justice system. Then we start to get them prepped, and finally we bring them together where they make an agreement with one another. And if that agreement is met, then the criminal case is dismissed. And me and my team kind of act like little parole officers. We look at the agreement. So let's say in a dog bite case, the neighbor's like, hey, we've been really great neighbors for a long time. I just want them to rebuild their fence. So that person that caused the harm rebuilds the fence, and I come out and make sure that the fence is rebuilt. So we check in with our neighbors and make sure they're complying with their contract. We have a ton of different people that we partner with, animal control for sure, West Hawaii Mediation Center, their cards are in the back. I could do a whole nother presentation on that, but they take restorative justice cases as well. So our West Side VOCs, we refer over to be facilitated at West Hawaii. But those are all of our partners that help us restore the justice. So last year, really fast, we had 362 referrals, majority of them coming from Puna. And a lot of 25% of our cases were dog cases, dog-related cases. So that's why there's an intersection here. And this is dog bites on humans, dog bites on dog killing livestock, including chickens, goats, cats. All sorts of different cases have come to us. And those are the ones I'm going to primarily focus on. And just geeky stuff here, about 60% of our cases get referred back to the prosecutors. And that's for a variety of reasons. Those reasons include the victim didn't want to participate, we couldn't find the victim, we couldn't find the offender. I joke with my team all the time, I feel like people on Big Island do not want to be located. So about 25% of our referrals, we just can't find folks. And 62% of our referbacks were dog-related cases, so about 37 of those cases. Last year we had 43 completed agreements, so 43 folks came to the table, made an agreement. I don't know, there it is. 39 of them were successful. 3 of them didn't complete their contract, and again, it was just because we couldn't find them. They moved away, changed their phone number, so I couldn't see if they actually completed their process. And out of our successful cases, you can see that even though Puna had the most cases, it was pretty average of successful cases across the island. And 19 of those cases were dog bites that were successful. So I wanted to just bring that up with our dog bite cases. We got 2 kennels built. So the neighbors, again, we're listening to what the victim wants, not the criminal code, not what the offender or the person that caused the harm wants. So the victims, these are all the different things that they've requested. So we got 2 kennels built, 5 fences built, 2 gates installed. We had 14 dogs rehomed or surrendered, including getting shipped to places like Arizona and Maui. And that's through a lot of phone calls and asking for assistance. We had 3 dogs get microchipped and 3 owners attend dog training. The other thing that we've kind of gone into with Charisse, who's been amazing, is some of our dog bite citations, dog neglect citations, the victim's the dog, and we can't really bring them in the conference room to, say what's going on. So Charisse will be the victim vessel and do the education, check in on that offender to see if they're learning from that situation and repairing the harm to the animal. And from referral to agreement, it was an average of 8.5 months, but most of our cases were completed in 5 months. And that's really important for those of you who have intersected with the justice system. In 2023, our dog bite cases took an average of 430 days to get through the criminal justice system. So that's how long they would stay in a kennel, that's how long they would stay on animal control. So it might sound like a really long time, but from beginning to success, it's actually very fast for the justice system. Maybe not for the victim, but it's the quickest route. We collected $18,421 in restitution for our victims, half of that coming from the West Side. So they had the smaller caseload, but more restitution. I just feel like their gates and fences might be a little bit more expensive, but that's about it. And I think Seattle just had a VOC this year where the victim got $30,000 in a dog bite case. 372 victims were served, and out of the other contracts that we did, these are kind of not animal related, but some people completed substance abuse, mental health counseling. We got stolen property returned, which you do not see happen at court. No defense attorney is going to tell their client to bring the stolen property to court because then you're admitting your guilt. So we actually have recovered property back to victims. And that is it.
Unreal. Amanda, 8 minutes on the dot. Hey, Mahalo, Amanda. I think, just one quick feedback for myself. What I heard a lot was victim, yeah, and it just seems like victims absolutely have a pathway through this route. So mahalo, Amanda, for sharing that information. We're going to move on next to Cindy from Haka. If you could please pass the mic down to Cindy. Mahalo.
Aloha. Aloha mai kako. I'm Cindy and I'm with Hawaiʻi Animal Kuleana Alliance, or Haka for short. I don't know how many of you have interacted with us or been a part of our organization at one point in time, but we started as a grassroots group from the 2018 eruption, and we migrated or evolved into a nonprofit. Currently, Haka is a search and rescue organization. So we are focused on the whole ohana, from human to animal, as we consider animals family. A year ago, we did our very first search and rescue training here on Hawaii Island. We had about 25 individuals go through training and get certified, condensed into a week of activities, everything from learning swift water, how to rescue in water, and we're talking rescuing people and animals. We had volunteer firefighters in our training class. We also had, I believe, a new recruit also in our class, and the rest was made up of individuals from every age bracket, starting as young as 18 up until I think in the 70s. And we were able to graduate them, and they are now currently available around the island for rescue, which is something that we are focused on. Another thing we are currently working on or have developed since 2018 was our disaster and rescue evacuation database. We decided to create the database because in 2018 we learned a lot and realized that there are a lot of people with animals in the Puna area that we had no idea. There were so many hobby farms and just people with, a little sanctuary of their own, I guess you would call it. So we created the database basically that anyone can register, even if you don't have animals. And we put you on a map and we call you ahead of time and find out, okay, this is possibly coming our way. What services or help do you need? And we provide everything free of charge. So if you need help trailering your farm animals out, we come and do that. If you yourself need help getting to the shelter, we'll come and do that. It also allows us the ability to connect you with services, from the county or anywhere else. If we need fire to come in, we can actually reach out and share the information on what you request and need. Waimea being one of them, that when they had the fire out here, we were able to call several families and able to help them move and relocate their animals temporarily until they let us know, okay, it's time that, they can take them back, and we help move them back again. The other program that we're currently working on is our community outreach and preparedness. So we're big on preparing the community ahead of time before the disaster happens, which is why we created DARE. We're participating in all the events with civil defense and sharing preparedness, how to prepare yourself, how to prepare your animals in a time of disaster, and what services are out there for you. Another issue that we also have helped with in the past is microchips. We partnered also with the animal control and registering of microchips. I know there was a question earlier about that. Haka has also offered the service. If you have a microchip clinic or anything like that, we will come, as we did before, and sit there and register every single animal. We will sit there with the person, fill out the paperwork, do the online registration for them. And we've noticed that it helped. We've had animals come in either to our care or someone else's, and they reach out to us. And if the information wasn't accurate on the forms that they provided, we actually drove out to the person's house that they listed and talked to family members and was able to connect with the dog owner and get the dog returned. So our goal with that is we want the pet back at home. We don't want them to go into animal control at all, if that's possible. That saves funds, it saves the animal stress, and it makes, the ohana happy and whole again. Programs that we have coming up that we're currently working on is we're trying to create a domestic violence program to help house animals that are in a domestic violence situations where the family won't, or victim won't leave because they have pets. So we're trying to create something where either the victim and pet can come and live together, or we will find a way to house the pet. Because I know temporarily, I think normally we'll go to animal control sometimes. We're trying to avoid that. So that's another program we're also currently working on. We've had great success in working with a lot of different organizations here, as in with I think it was the Queens Marketplace Cats. We worked with AAO. We've worked with quite a few of you. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of getting over a cold right now, so I'm losing my voice. But I just want to say that we are here. The only things we actually don't do, we don't spay and neuter. We get a million calls about spay and neuter, and we've put out the flyer. I think you guys have seen it, and it's currently being updated. But we prefer to fill that puka in, so when people call us, we know where to send them. Or we actually just text them the flyer and say, please call these organizations. Because we don't want to repeat something that you guys have mastered and are doing great at. We just want to connect and bridge the gap between everything, especially with county and emergency preparedness. Okay, bye.
Mahalo, Cindy, so much. We're going to go to Matt. Just real quick, I think one awesome thing, Cindy, Haka's approach, the whole ohana, and considering our animals as a part of the family, that is absolutely maikai. And just real quick, what does your staffing look like? What does that operational footprint for you look like? Sorry. Sorry. Oh my gosh, you didn't give them up already. Sorry. Thank you.
So we are volunteer based.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we are completely volunteer based. We would like not to be volunteer based, but as we all know, we all need money. Hint, hint. But yeah, as organizations, animal wise, we're all going in for the same pot of money, and sometimes, that's not always pono. So, yeah.
Mahalo, Cindy. Here we go, Matt.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Matt Woodward. I'm a deputy prosecuting attorney in Hawaii County. I have the privilege and opportunity to represent the community in criminal cases. I've had the opportunity in my career to do a lot of different things, handle a lot of different cases. I've taken cases up to and including murder to trial. I'm assigned to our major crimes felony unit. And one of my side gigs is animal cases, because I'm an animal guy. I've got 5 dogs, I got 10 chickens, and this is probably the only place I can say this. I like animals a lot more than I like people. All right. All right. So, thank you. I thought it was going to be a much tougher crowd, so it's going well. I'm going to start out with this. I'm going to use the old cliche. If you see something, say something, right? The vast majority of the cases, especially involving animals, come from you. They come from the community. They come from people who care. They come from people, who want to make a change and try to save animals from, further abuse, further neglect, whatever it might be. So that's why it's so important. And as somebody, who's been able to deal with a lot of these cases, I got a couple of them going on right now, and I'll tell you a little story later as I close all this up, how important your involvement is. It really does mean something. But there's also a lot of practical considerations too. I know some of the questions have come up, and I'll be here for the rest of the day, so feel free to come up and yell and scream and tell me all the things that didn't happen. It's part of what I get paid for. One of the things is most of these cases are going to start in the district court level, okay? And one of the cases that I dealt with when I was in district court the most is what get people really fired up, which is, why won't my neighbor's dog stop barking? All right, I need someone to do something about this. All right, that's going to start district court. And if you look back there at that table, those are my district court colleagues. They look depressed, they're sad, okay? They're very tired, all right? Because in a district court setting, those guys are cranking 200 to 250 cases on any given time, all right? Assaults, harassment, disorderly conduct, open lewdness, impaired driving, the whole gambit, And if you're not familiar with how a district court system works, let me tell you this. Winston Churchill once said, you want to lose faith in democracy, spend 5 minutes talking to the average voter, okay? You want to lose faith in the criminal justice system, spend 5 minutes in district court, okay? It is a cattle call, okay? You are cranking. See what I did there with the cattle? It's like an animal tie-in. All right. Is this on? Okay. All right, so there are a lot of practical considerations. It is a triage situation, okay? So the barking dog, stray dog issue, we're going to have to deal with and compare that to the impaired driving, the abuse cases, stolen cars, those sorts of things. And when you get up to the more serious cases, your serious animal abuse, neglect, those hoarding cases in circuit court, for me personally, I have 16 open homicides on my desk right now, all right? So that's not to say that your cases, the things that you care about, don't matter, all right? But also it's important to understand that we care, and ask Captain Delarius what his watch strength is like. How many officers is he down? Ask Charisse, how many open positions does she have? Our office, So we do take these cases seriously. So sometimes when things don't happen and I get people get upset, all right, it's not because we don't care, okay, because we really do. And that doesn't mean that you shouldn't want to still get involved. Because like I said, all these cases start with you guys, okay? So let me wrap it up with this. About 4 or 5 years ago, I had a case with a dog named Zaya. It was a pit bull mix, lovely dog. Her owner was a woman who was suffering from methamphetamine addiction, been in abusive relationships, had her kids taken away by child welfare services. Zaya was chained up to a tree with a choke collar, which eventually embedded in her neck to the point where scar tissue actually grew around it. She was malnourished. She had no access to food and water, no shelter, infested with fleas to the point where she was anemic, and had an abscess tumor on her hindquarters. People in that neighborhood saw that dog, and they called. And animal control went out, and they made a case. And that case went to trial. And I tried that case, all right? My star witness was Charisse, all right? And to this day, one of the best witnesses I've ever had. If I could have Charisse on any case, I would take her, even if it didn't involve animals, all right? So you're up next. I got a murder case. You know nothing about it. You'll be fine. But the point being, we took it to trial, and we got a conviction, all right? And I was so angry at this case. I was so fired up because it was so egregious. I asked the judge for jail. And I didn't get it, okay? But what the judge did do was put this woman on probation and ordered her to get drug treatment and counseling. And we couldn't save Zaya, all right? Zaya had to be euthanized. She's too far gone, all right? But this woman did do that substance abuse, and she got clean. And she got out of that abusive relationship. She moved to Oahu. She got her kids back, and she never committed another crime. So while we couldn't save Zaya because of what that community did, people who called, people who cared, all right, animal control got involved because they care, as you know, and helped me make that case to get that conviction. We didn't save Zaya, but people like Charisse and her crew probably saved that woman's life, right? That's the impact you can make. So sometimes it's bigger than what you might think. And I get it's frustrating. We're frustrated too, Stay involved, Everybody says to me, it's like, well, you're a lawyer. Why can't you solve this? Why can't you make it so? I'm a lawyer ostensibly. What I am is a storyteller. All I do is tell stories. I ask questions in court, and I need you to come in and answer them, all right? So when you see something, say something, okay? What did you see? What did you hear? What did you do next? And I get it's tough. But without you, we can't do anything. So we're going to keep trying. And with that, like I said, I'll be here the rest of the day. Come, yell, scream, whatever you need to do. But it's an absolute honor to present to you, and I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Matt Woodward, the storyteller. Mahalo, Matt. Here you go. And Lauren Nickerson from the Hawaii Island Humane Society.
I'm coming down here.
Okay.
I'm not a stage girl.
Okay.
I need a remote in my presentation,
okay,
if that's possible.
Go.
Sorry about that.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? First, I just want to say how wonderful it is to be in this room with so many familiar faces that I've known for many, many years. My pal Mary Rose over there is how I got started in animal welfare on this island. Dr. Chris is also one of the reasons I got started, so you can blame her later on. My story is that in 2016, I adopted a blind and deaf puppy from the Hawaii Island Humane Society, and several of you in this room today have asked me about her. And for a long time, I was known as Pearlie's mom, and Pearl changed my life. And through helping Pearl live the best life that she can, she's turning 10 on Tuesday, by the way, my personal mission, this is not Pearl, this is another dog that we love. My personal mission has been to make sure that every animal on this island can live a big, beautiful life like Pearl has. And we're not there yet, but we will get there together. And that's my hope for all of us in this room. Charisse asked me to explain a very fundamental question today. What is Hawaii Island Humane Society, and how do we differ from animal control? So I know there's a lot of misinformation, misconceptions out there, and my hope for this 7 minutes that I have is to clarify a lot. If I don't get to everything, please come find me. I'm happy to talk about our work, and you can also find my colleagues Megan and Camille, who are also happy to talk about our work too. So this is a rapid, high-level overview of our history, mission, and scope of services, programs, and operations. I'm going to go as fast as I can. So the most abbreviated history of our 60-year-old organization, the long and short of it is Hawaii Island Humane Society is a nonprofit animal welfare organization. We were established in 1965. Our mission is to eliminate pet overpopulation, prevent cruelty to animals, and enhance the bond between humans and animals. For a very long time, we were the animal control provider on our island, and that was very synonymous with our identity. However, it has been over 5 years since we have stopped providing animal control. And we ended our contract with the county at the end of July 2020. Our promise to the administration then and our promise to the administration now is that we will always be a strong private partner for the county. And we have never wavered in that mission. But for us as an organization, the COVID-19 pandemic brought about an opportunity to look introspectively at our mission and our work and our community, and how can we show up in bigger, better ways for the people and animals of this community. And for us, that was separating from our contract with the County of Hawaii, so we could get out from under very high euthanasia rates, very high stress for our staff, and create an organization that could do more. That was really the main goal of all of it. We continue today as a private nonprofit animal welfare organization. We operate 2 shelters in Kona and Ke'au. Our shelters are what's known as fear-free shelters, so everything we do is meant to mitigate stress, anxiety, fear, and frustration in the animals in our care and in the animals that we place into homes. There's a big education component to that for us. Our primary focus is the well-being of the animals in our shelters and the well-being of the animals that we're putting into homes. We offer high-level veterinary care. We have on-staff vets, on-staff vet techs, behavioral support, and humane housing for dogs, cats, and small mammals. So for us, that's guinea pigs and rabbits. Our programs are adoptions, including our Foster to Adopt program, which is based on low barrier conversational adoption counseling, which is national best practice. We talk with people. Our goal is to find the right match for them and for our animals. We have foster, volunteer, and field trips for shelter dogs are our big programs. And we also have a life-saving transfer partnership with County of Hawaii Animal Control. Our staff is in their shelters every single week, identifying candidates for adoption and transferring them into our care every single week. And I'm always bugging Charisse. That's my side job, is to bug Charisse at all hours of the day to get more animals into our care. Our services are community veterinary care. We offer affordable, accessible, basic, and routine vet care. And often, although we describe it as basic basic and routine. We have a medical director named Dr. Beth Jose. Some of you might know Dr. Beth in this room. Dr. Beth doesn't like to say no to a lot of things. And so when an animal presents to her and they have a more advanced condition, such as major dental disease, we're going to find a way to help that person and that pet to the cost of the organization. So we just brought in a new veterinarian who specializes in dentistry. We're seeing lots of dental disease coming through our doors. We offer low-cost spay and neuter, primarily for community-owned pets, so they are attached to a person. Low-cost microchipping, and we do assist with the registration, whoever asked that. Rehoming support, so if somebody comes to us to surrender their animal, that's not an automatic yes. That is, how can we help you keep your pet first and foremost, is always going to be our first question. What resources can we give you to enhance that bond and not sever that tie and help preserve your family? We have our community pet pantry as an extension of our rehoming support program, but that is free pet food. It's every Friday at our chaos shelter from 2 to 3. Is that right, Megan? Thank you. We serve over 300 clients through that program, and the basis for entering that program is your pets have to be spayed and neutered, or they have to be on a wait list to be spayed and neutered. So it's a conduit to eliminating pet overpopulation on this island. And lastly, we do currently offer low-cost end-of-life support. That is owner-requested euthanasia for people that otherwise can't afford to take their pet at the end of their life to a vet. Our impact and our stats are here from 2025, but the big thing that I want to point out on here that is not on here, we saw and treated over 1,000 pets through our community vet care program last year. It was a pilot year for our program, and it was the first year in our history that we helped more community-owned pets than we helped shelter pets. So that was a landmark year for us, and that's going to continue as we continue to grow. Big important thing. HIHS does not euthanize animals for time nor space. And that is a huge change. We still continue to see a lot of misinformation out in the community. I will also say that is a privilege. That is not a guarantee. Euthanasia rates at animal control are a reflection of the challenges in our community. It is not a reflection on any given organization. And I want to be very clear about that. So that is important to us. And I'm going to cry because that is the thing I'm the most passionate about. HIHS, by the national standard, is a no-kill shelter. The national standard is that we euthanize less than 10% of animals that come through our doors. Our live release rate on average is 97 to 98%. We euthanize animals that are suffering or dying and that their quality of life is compromised, and we are unable to intervene and save their lives through treatment, surgery, and we have a lot of resources we can invest in them, but if we can't save them and they are suffering, we will euthanize them humanely. We also consider euthanasia for dangerous animals that are not safe to put into homes and into our communities. Just to give a concept of this, in 2024 or 2025, we euthanized 8 dogs total for behavior. So it's a very low volume for us. We are screening animals before they come in, but behavior can change over time. We can learn more about that. And typically that is for major bites on people is when we will have a discussion around euthanasia. So we do not put unsafe animals out into our community. We are 80% funded by donor support. And we are 20% funded through revenue. So that's our adoption fees, our field trip program, our veterinary care services. It costs nearly $8,000 a day to run Hawaiʻi Island Humane Society. We operate 2 shelters. That's high level of vet care for our shelter animals. We do not put limits on their time with us. We will invest in them for everything they need and anything that we can give to them. We do actually have a small team with that number. There's only about 30 of us on staff running both shelters. Respectfully, Hawaiʻi Island Humane Society is not animal control. So if you see that, I will ask in social media if they say, oh, we're going to take them to the Humane Society, or we called the Humane Society. Typically that is animal control, that you do want to correct that narrative to make sure that strays and abandoned animals, that they're calling animal control so they can do their important work of reunifying that animal or issuing citations in cases of cruelty. And so we are not animal control. We do not generally impound stray or abandoned animals. We do have animals abandoned at our shelters. We will screen them for temperament and make sure they're a candidate for adoption with us. And we will invest in keeping them with us if they're a candidate and we have space available. We do not impound dangerous dogs. We do not conduct animal cruelty investigations. We do not issue citations. And we don't respond to requests for assistance in the field for picking up stray animals. So that's all animal control's purview, and we will refer the community to animal control for all of those things. But we do partner with them to take in animals like this litter of 5 puppies, Pokey, Sparrowt, Maximus, Bullseye, and Buttercup were all at animal control in December. They were transferred to HHS and have been adopted. Where to find us? We are in Ke'au, our Ke'au shelter, our original home, built in 1970, and it still very much looks like that. It's older than most of us in this room. Our Animal Community Center in Kona, if you have not been, that is our newest location, our forever home in Kona. I do encourage everyone to come visit us. We're open from Fridays through Tuesdays from 10 to 4. Sorry, we just expanded our hours from 10 to 4 for walk-in visits. And then our Amber Shrine Animal Hospital, I don't know what happened with the font there, but that is also located on our Animal Community Center campus. That is open by appointment, and we actually have the only CT scanner on island for animals. So if you work at a vet clinic and don't have that information for your clients, please let me know. That's all through referral from vets across the island. Mahalo.
Give it up for Lauren Nickerson. Mahalo, Lauren. All right, rounding us out here is Captain DeLaries. He is going to talk story with us about the specific role HPD has with animal control.
Okay, good afternoon. Like you said, my name is Calvin DeLaris. I'm a district commander for Kona. Typically what happens is, whether it's a barking dog, dangerous dog, loose dog, if someone calls it in, we respond to the call. If we determine there's enough to generate a case, we generate a case. If there's enough to issue a citation, we issue a citation, depending on the gravity of the situation or the type of crime. If we do have to recover a dog, as cool as cops think we are and as well-trained we think we are not trained on how to handle dogs. Okay, so typically we reach out to our partners who are specifically trained and have the equipment to do that. We'll reach out to them. Typically we stand by, wait for them to get there. They'll recover the dog. We do the criminal investigation side. If it reaches that level, they'll take custody of the dog. If no one is arrested, so I heard it earlier, citation versus arrest. Typically citation versus arrest goes on the severity of the crime. If it's something as simple as a barking dog, it's going to be probably a citation. If it's a dangerous dog that bites someone and creates the degree of injury, okay, so I heard that earlier, right? So bodily injury is anything where you feel pain. Substantial bodily injury is anything where it breaks the skin, or puncture, a tooth mark in your skin, broken bone, that'd be substantial bodily injury. Serious bodily injury would be injury significant enough to where you potentially could die, or like a loss of limb or loss of gross motor skills. And each degree has its own classification, whether it's determined to be a felony or just a petty misdemeanor. Okay, and that's where we determine for the citation or arrest. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, if we don't make an arrest, but through the investigation, we determine that there is enough for the crime to go forward. Typically, we route it to the prosecutor's office. Once they start wrapping it up, if there's a couple ways, it can just get prosecution through the courts. If we end up going grand jury and we get an indictment, then we can arrest someone off of that warrant. But typically, that's how the process works. Me personally, I'm glad to see everybody here pitching in, because on our end, just the HPD being so short-staffed, and again, we don't have facilities to hold the dog. We're not trained on how to capture a dog. I'm glad to see all these other nonprofits, organizations here that's willing and have the capabilities to do that. That's all I got, sir.
Mahalo, Captain. And yes, one more round of applause for our fantastic panel. We're going to call up our next presenter. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Once again, I'll give a plug to the slide deck that is in your Google Drive. So if you scan that QR code, you will find all of the decks that are available today. I tried it out myself. It actually works. For real, I'm really impressed. Mahalo team. Coming up next, Tony Oliver is gonna present for us roles and responsibilities of the Animal Control and Protection Agency. Tony Oliver is a part of our team with APCA. Here, Tony, you can use this one too.
Thank you. Again, I'm Tony Oliver. I'm the ACPA specialist on the Orchid Land Shelter on the. Sorry. Tony Oliver with the ACPA specialist on the Orchid Land Shelter in the east side of the county. I've been with the department for about 20 months. I came from an agency in California that was there for 12 years. And learning the differences is kind of learning the roles and responsibilities and how they differ. And so, these things will be kind of here to do. So our bulk of the role and responsibilities is the County Code Chapter 4, which is for animals. And it is our generalized operation is basically our officers respond to the field. They investigate cases and calls for response, and they bring them into our shelter, and the kennel techs take care of them, and then they have 3 paths to exit the shelter. It's either going to be 2 rescue groups like yourselves, and to the owners, and then unfortunately, the worst case scenario is they can become. Oh, there you go. Yeah, and hold it close. And the last case would be the humane euthanasia route. So again, we basically monitor under the County Code Chapter 4 for animals. These 4 specific sections. The first 2 is what grants us authority to establish a pound and how animal control operates that shelter. And then the 3rd and 4th one is our powers of seizure and caring. And the 4th one is to establish officers to respond to the field. Primarily we deal with all pet animals. Majority it is dogs. We do handle some cats. It's mainly sick or injured and some surrender cases. But again, any pet animal we can facilitate some type of assistance. We also go to birds, goats, pigs, guinea pigs, rabbits, mice and rats, and we're talking pets, again, not like just your average rodents. And tortoises and turtles, and we can manage some livestock, cows and horses when they're sick and injured. Unnecessarily, we're not going to impound them, it's just the resources to handle that, but we may be able to arrange assistance on that. So again, we kind of break up our response to calls in 3. Public safety, both human and animal, and then your general cruelty cases, and then we go through the basic nuisance and strays. We do break them up into 3 priority levels. Priority 1 is usually the more priority emergency stuff, injured animals, ill animals, and HPD assistance. So if they're arresting an owner who just happens to have an animal with them, we'll take the animal for care and then care for it until they get released. And then the active cruelty cases where things are happening now, PD will generally handle the case and we will respond for the animal handling, and they'll handle the human side of it. And then we also go to the dangerous dogs, aggressive, loose, and safety hazards in traffic and things like that. And that's the 2-hour response. As the priority seems to decline, we do go for the healthy, friendly ones. The more cruelty ones is more like neighbors complaining on the care and quality of life for the animals in their care, and just finding out whether or not we can gather enough information to escalate it to an assist with police where they can determine whether or not the crime is a violation or not. So our officers do have limited authority. We generally write citations for the straying, failure to license a microchip, and any noise violations that can occur. If it becomes an issue with the dangerous dogs or cruelty to animals, PD will generally do the main investigations, and we will handle the animals in the documentation for the care and the medical records. So the third is more the less priority stuff, more the nuisance things, the deceased dogs in the roads, bringing traps out for cats and dogs that are problematic, requests for owner surrenders that are friendly, or other issues as well. And then the barking noise and the strays. Some of the additional services that we do provide, we just prefer a lot of information to the spay and neuter clinics. We provide information to the rescues and other shelters on the county, and we coordinate with rescues to arrange adoptions. And then when cases are generated and they're in our care, those are the ones that will be in our care for a lengthy time, which impacts our capability of what we can bring into the shelter. And then the other part is redeeming the animals to the owners, which can either generate citations as well for whether or not they violated the dogs for straying, microchipping. Then there are other issues where we will provide education and outreach, whether or not it's at a school, been part of job fairs and things like that. So our main goal is to educate, provide outreach, and then enforcement when necessary. But to go into each detail on everything, there's so many variables, it's hard to lay it all out. It's just the generalized overview of it, yeah. So, that's about all.
Mahalo, Tony Oliver. Can we give him a round of applause? This guy just like work hard. He don't like come up talk in front of 120 people. He just like work. You know, Sharice can come, please. Yeah, maybe this is a nice opportunity for Sharice to come up here and just kind of maybe give a very brief overview if he missed anything. I mean, if you want to add anything.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Bro, okay. Well, no. Mahalo, Sharice, stay here. So now I'll do this opportunity to just take 3 questions from the crowd. Okay, now look, there's going to be questions related to animal control, all right? Like not state, not DLNR, not UH, all right? So I'll take 3 questions, this side, middle, this way, all right? I'm going to look here. Okay? First question. No, one question. One question. I know. Okay, so different, the P1, P2, and then who do we call them or who? Wait, so do you understand the question? Okay, answer it right now.
Do you want me to answer it?
Please.
Huh? Okay. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So we triage calls. If someone calls reporting a barking dog, we're going to ask a lot of questions. When do you hear it barking? Do you hear other sounds like things banging around or yelping, which is different than barking? We're going to get all those details to try to determine what is actually the issue. Some people actually see what's going on and they could be like, yeah, the dog's barking, but we can see that it's chained up and it can't get to its food and water. That changes it. If you're hearing barking between 7:45 a.m. and 4:30 p.m., that's us. If you hear barking outside of those hours, that's the police department because we don't operate 24/7 the way they do. We can be accessed for emergencies after hours, but barking's not an emergency for us.
Captain,
does that make sense?
Captain, would you like to add, please?
No, I was actually about to walk away. That was perfect. Yes. By any means, like DPA Woodward said earlier, you see something or you have something going on, call. Police department is 24/7. Even if you call us during the day, there are partners. We're going to call them. say, hey, can you check it out? As far as finding out if it's an abused dog, that'll come through the investigation portion, right? But initially, it's just a barking dog. And through the investigation, if it turns out to be a cruelty to animal case, they'll notify us and it will generate another case.
Thank you, Captain. All right, I'm in the middle. All right. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes. Lucretia? Yes. Okay, so just to clarify the expectation and the timeline of care. Okay.
So we do actually have a shelter vet. She just splits her time between two departments. So we are not entirely without access to a veterinarian. It is somewhat limited, but we do have partnerships with off-site vets. We are, when it comes to off-site vets and our own shelter vet, we are limited by hours of operation because on Big Island, there aren't any real 24/7 emergency vets. There are call-in numbers where you can get sent to a triage center and they decide if it's worth sending the doctor to the clinic to. But we always have access to a vet. It just depends on the timing. For euthanasia requests or something that's sick or injured, it is a P1. We have to respond within 2 hours. Yeah. What I can tell you is response time is different than resolution time. So we have 2 hours to respond, which means following up with someone, trying to get to the area, whatever it is, but we may not actually have a resolution for a couple of days. And that's okay per the county standards. It's the response time that matters, and we always get those animals in within that 2 hour window. Just takes coordinating to get it to a vet from there, but we've always been able to.
Mahalo, Sharice. I'm here. Question for animal control on this side of the room. Okay. So now that this side is Paul, I'll work my way back. Yes. Yeah. Good question. Does animal control have a legal obligation to turn away animals? And if animals are turned away, where do they go?
Well, on dogs, we do take everything as long as space is available. We do try and get the public to hold on to animals as much as they can when we can facilitate the intake. Most other species, it is highly subjective and based on the circumstances.
Mahalo, Tony. Okay, moving on. Here, yeah. Okay, so you find a dog, you can't, there's nowhere to take the dog, you try to reach out to animal control, you don't get through, what happens? Or what do you recommend that individual do?
Well, you can make social media posts on neighborhood kind of outreach and try to find the animal on your own. You can take them to any vet, they can scan it for a microchip and help you try to find the owner that way. You can keep trying back. Our normal business hours are, again, between 7:45 and 4:30. So if you keep trying, again, we are limited on how many lines we get. So we do have a lot of calls coming in. So if you just can't reach in, you just have to keep trying. And then just your attempts on your own. So.
I just want to point out one thing real fast because it wasn't in any of our slides. We have 2 dispatchers for the entire island. We take about 100 calls a day. So there is an issue with the phone line and we know we can't keep up. But we have a very small staff and a very high call volume. So if you can't get through, like he said, leave a message or keep trying, because sometimes it's just a matter of they're rapid fire making it through calls already. And I know that that's not the best answer, but we're trying to increase our dispatching staff.
Mahalo. Can we get a round of applause for Tony, Charisse, and Captain Dilleri? Now we're going to have Mayor Alameda summarize this segment.
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys are asking the right questions, right? So this is our department. At the end of the day, you know, I oversee the administrator. And so under me is my managing director, is not here today, Bill Brahante. Then there's Merrick. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm the face. So that's why this is a very important summit. It's the only summit that I picked since I've been elected. And we have 20 departments. And so this is a very dear to me, because this is when I need the most help. So this next part, you know, we have a chance to, you know, we got our roles and responsibilities, right? Our agency. And, you know, mostly it's from the charter and the things that we can and cannot do. But we want to spend this next half an hour about in your groups. If you can see, there's a group. So we need a note taker and a spokesperson in every group, and our directors will join in because we're all in this together. And the question is, so what do you think would be what should be our top priorities, right? I mean, you heard from everybody, all the nonprofits, right? Half of you guys came up and presented. You know your priorities, right? Some of it is limited by funding, right? You heard, you know, some of it is like you refuse to do euthanasia. Okay, so all right, so who does it then? If you know, so like there's some things that you just refuse to do. Well, maybe you can do that, but as the county, like maybe we don't have any say. Like we got to do what we got to do. So, but if you're in our shoes, like what would be the priorities for our office then? Like you tell us. So spend some time right there discussing. Give me at least 5. Like what should be 5 priorities that we should be focusing on in this next 4 years, 3-4 years? Because like I said, we want to have a 3-4 year plan put together within the next month and your feedback will help to dictate what that plan looks like. Okay, so I'm going to say go, and when you go, identify a note taker, the pens, right? And a speaker, because we're going to ask you to report back. What is let's say if you cannot, top 5 priorities of our office? What should we be prioritizing? Ready, go. Okay, so I've been going around and looking at what you guys are writing, and so I had to, my fault, Heather and I was talking, and we were thinking, I was looking at it, and so I should have defined priority. So priority is like the headlines. It's like a pillar when you do a strategic plan. It's like public safety would be a priority. Education would be a priority. Outreach would be a priority. Legislation would be a priority. Okay? Customer service would be the priority. And then under that, answer your damn phones. Oh, sorry. Okay? Because I've seen someone say, you just want you to answer your phone. Oh, I'm sorry. I got the tone. So as you share, we may just put it in those categories. Okay? And then even legislation is a priority. So what I'm going to do is ask this table first to kind of share. We'll have a note taker. And so, you know, if to me, that's like, this is kind of how I categorized it. Public safety, education, and education can be public education to like marketing, right? Public education, getting the word out, spade and neuter. It can also be education directly to the owner. Like, hey, this is how you take care of your animals, right? Or it can be education between agencies, you know, like within county, nonprofits. So, yeah, outreach. So outreach is also a form of education, but it could also be, you know, assisting somebody with a situation. That could be outreach too. Okay, so we go here. We'll go here first, and then like that, and hopefully by the time we get to here, it should be ditto, ditto, ditto. Okay, so this is just kind of priorities, right? And by the way, we will collect all of those notes, and we'll take it back. And Sharice will have it, we'll have it, and again, it'll better inform our plan. And this is also videoed, so we have a reference back to this summit. Okay, priorities, go. Michael, go share the mic with them. I like my mic. Okay. No, I can respond. Yep. Perfect. Okay, go.
Okay, so we thought of promotion for staffing, partner with nonprofits to help staff the animal shelter and humane society. More intake shelters, that was suggested from the DLNR to increase capacity to avoid abandonment. More training, I put extra for animal control, best practices from other islands. So incentives and programs that have worked for Maui, Oahu, or Kauai, and then implement those here. And then seek funding, looking for lands, allocating to nonprofits, maybe from state, private, or donations. So people donating lands, whether that's from the state or private donors, and then tax incentives on responsible pet ownership, which would have to be legislation. But random thought on that is, recently I had read, and it's from Daily Mail, so I don't know how accurate it is, but where it's a new thing that you can claim your pet as a dependent. And so if we can if we can incentivize people in our community to be proactive in responsible pet ownership, so microchipping, spaying and neutering, vaccinating their pets, keeping on top of that, they may be able to claim their pet as a dependent, which would get more people and pet names on the list in our state and county where we can keep track of that.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, okay. So as you're talking, we're trying to get the priorities, right? So, because some of it is down in the weeds, you know, like microchipping. So I think microchipping could fall under outreach services provided. So the priorities, outreach and services provided, and then an example would be like microchipping. Okay, so we're building our plan. Yes, take it away.
There might be some overlap, but mandatory spay and neuter, and kind of falls in that having licensed dog breeding and cat breeding on this island so it can be controlled better. More dispatches for animal control. Then one thing that could be on the county site, there's a lot of people in this room that get contacted for stuff that's not in your wheelhouse. If you had some sort of resource hub, you click on type of animal, then it drops down location of island, then it drops down medical service. Then there's 3 or 4 nonprofits that could actually respond to that. The public can just go on that website and we don't get our 20 phone calls a day. We just get the 1 or 2 that's actually we can help with. And then more support for TNR, not necessarily financing be great, but like the transfer station, there's cats there after hours. How can we trap at the transfer station when it closes at 6 o'clock from time to time? Let us get into some of these places so we can trap after hours. And then the last one is kind of pie in the sky, but have an open admission shelter that we're not having these cats and dogs dumped all over the island.
Open admission shelter, where would that go? Staffing, training, funding, outreach. Customer service? Okay, customer service. Yeah. Is that open outreach go underneath? Yeah, under dispatch. Open admission? Open admission.
Infrastructure?
Oh, good one. Let's do a new priority, infrastructure. Because the council is going to help us build it. Infrastructure. That's true.
Okay, mahalo, John. We're moving on.
Good. Let's go up here.
Yep, right here. You from circuit or district court?
What?
Oh, sorry, nothing. Here. I mean, you're ready, like you're at the courts, you know?
Yeah, totally. This is the attorney table, so I will start with pretty much every single one of our points comes down to funding. I think that's our number one across the board because we can't do anything without money in this world. So funding leads to staffing and resources for animal control and every downstream product. The second one that we wanted to focus on is overpopulation, like everyone was saying, TNR, maybe mandatory spay and neuter, just having those resources available at cost for our community. Number 3 is communication and coordination among agencies and with the public. So that kind of goes back to those Facebook pages. We've got a bunch of them for lost and found pets. Maybe we have a central one for that. Maybe we have a central place for everyone to look for resources from animal control that can direct to other agencies. Number 4 is legislative change. We kind of saw in Sharice's earlier presentation that there's a lot of discrepancies between county and state codes. So trying to get those on the same level and where we are now in today's climate. And then lastly is housing lost and rehomable dogs might lead to an open shelter initiative or just having more opportunities for that in our community.
Very good, very good.
Mahalo.
Infrastructure, shelter. Under infrastructure, put shelters. Right, Heather? If shelters is infrastructure. I love that. Thank you, Heather.
Also, Mayor, how's about for legislation, we put /policy? Because, you know, it's bills and stuff, and then it's policies that can be done on another.
I love it. I love it. Thank you.
Shannon.
Let me hold it. Okay. Okay. Quick. So we're kind of dittoing Mayor's first one, dangerous dog owner enforcement and accountability. So public safety, I guess I would say. It's a two-part. A is the dangerous dog owner enforcement and accountability, and B is dangerous dog control. And then number 2, it's a ditto on the resource directory. We think that that should be housed on the AC website. And a lot of the organizations have already done the work here, like HACA mentioned. They have that spay and neuter directory. Just putting that on the website and having it in a central location. Number 3 is improved response. Having only 2 dispatchers, that's a big concern. So we're saying maybe like there's a text option that might be helpful, or maybe even AI was mentioned on the website, some sort of chat thing, so we can answer some of those really easy questions right away and focus on the bigger ones. And then number 4 is kind of a ditto, education, communication, and coordination between department and public. And number 5 is partnering more on microchip wellness clinics, spay and neuter, with all of the wonderful nonprofits that are here that are already doing that work. Thank you.
Mahalo, Shannon. Here, Shannon,
All
take
right.
this. Thank you.
Man, you got our mayor's office typing like crazy. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Overlap some things. So first of all, transparency, which would go under outreach, I guess. We're noticing that there's a lack of stats. So the NGOs have trouble tailoring programs because we don't know what's going on with animal control. And that would include a website with data and also for contacting with calls and cases. And then information about animals that have been picked up or surrendered so the public can help find their own animals. The second one was AI solutions for screening and triaging calls and volunteer support for responding, and as well as text-based reporting options. Lowering the barriers to entry for staffing, so making hiring easier by relaxing some of the qualifications required to be hired. Expanding access for after-hours cases, which could include televet triage, overnight kennel drop-offs, or emergency vet care. And then localizing community support with microchip scanner stations around the island and temporary kennel solutions to hold stray animals while waiting for animal control response, and microchipping and registration support in communities.
Fantastic. And then can you rip the top page off, and I'll leave your boards with you because you need it for the next exercise. My bad. Okay, we're going to move here. Yep. Yeah. Presenter.
You can hold it. We'll get it after.
Sure. Can you hold it?
Okay.
Okay, excellent.
Are we at the ditto stage of this present? No. Okay.
I'll be really quick. Veterinarian, hi, Dr. Amelia.
All right.
Number 1, more space for animals. The more space we have, the more time we have to get those animals into different programs that we need.
Shelter space, okay?
Yep, exactly, shelter space. And adding cats into the law somewhere, so not just taking sick and injured cats at animal control, but to help with the feral cat population. Sorry, community.
Oh, okay.
Number 2, funding spay and neuter and TNR, so that rescues and all of the programs are not competing for the same funding, so that everyone can feel like they can work together instead of competing against one another, because I think that that doesn't not help the issue, because we're all here on the island together. Number 3, a 2-strike rule for aggressive dogs that, you know, have bit someone, caused bodily harm, and then they get released back into the public, and then they come back to animal control for bites and stuff. I think that there should be a 2-strike rule and they should not be released again.
Right, two strike.
Like 2-strike,
1,
as
2.
in they were in once, you get one chance to fix it,
Okay.
and if they come back a second time, sorry,
Right,
that's
2
it.
strikes. Okay.
Okay, number 4, a county coordinator with all of the rescues and programs for organizing data and information, kind of like what they were saying with a website where we can find all of the information for all of the rescues. And then 5, education and outreach. I know a lot of people do social media and those things, but some aunties and uncles, they're not on social media. So some TV appearances or even putting something on the radio so that we can reach those people, some people who are off the grid, and sometimes they're just listening to the radio. I think that would be really helpful because we have issues interacting and reaching those people. And then number 6, just a thought, maybe putting some cameras at the dump sites so that we can actually hold people responsible for dumping their pets. It's worked on the mainland. You get their license plate and then you can actually follow up on that. So enforcement for that.
Okay. All right, give us some time to type this up. That's a new one. Cameras at the transfer stations. Where would that go? Infrastructure? Infrastructure. Hey, you got. Okay. All right. All right, this side. Go ahead.
Sylvia.
Come on, Sylvia.
Thank you. I want to start by this quote from Einstein, who says, "Intelligent people solve complex problems. Geniuses prevent them." So I have.
Okay, come on, we gotta go.
Okay. That's okay. Animal abuse registry. Okay. Prevention, violence against humans, because animal abuse starts there, then it goes to child abuse, then it goes to domestic violence. This island has one of the highest domestic violences in the country. Okay. Prevention, dog attacks. Work with Neighborhood Watch, community associations, and contracted patrols so that animal control and HPD doesn't have to do it, but they can report it. Number 3, education. Education and community outreach. Trust and transparency is very key to gain support. Go out there with the spade mobile that the county bought, and I don't know if it's ever been used, but go out into the community. Number 4, prevention. Spay and neuter funding support. More funding. And number 5, prevention again, either infrastructure or customer service is the category, but the phone system really needs to be replaced. Dial pad was what was used before. It was very effective, and I don't know if that's a possibility, but there are phone systems that are very intelligent that we could use to take all the calls, capture them, and they record all the calls, and they also transcribe all the calls. Okay, the last one, lost and found registry to prevent shelter intakes and get animals back to their owners. Thank you.
Mahalo, Sylvia.
All right. You know what, Micah, I'm noticing, because the second part of this, after we take a break, is to come back and list some of the challenges and some of the solutions. So what's really good is I'm already hearing solutions. So we might have to let you guys out a little early. You keep it up. This is a good job. Okay, keep going. Keep it coming.
Here we go.
Coming.
Yep.
Hold this for me. I got the mic rapid fire. Okay, increased capacity for staffing for improved response time. Answer the damn phones. Increased capacity for after hours and emergency triage and vet care. Improve the dangerous dog laws to shorten length of stay and prevent mental decline, especially for minor offenses. So as a partner, we have seen dogs impounded for chasing somebody on their bicycle, and the dog didn't actually harm the person, but the person fell off the bike and they pressed charges, and then that dog was impounded for an extended length of stay in animal control, taking up space, causing that dog to decline. We see it over and over again. So for minor offenses, finding a faster track to get them out, or sorry to all the chicken lovers in the room, or if they killed a chicken, is very different than biting a child. So really having discernment between those offenses. Open your doors to the public and operate as an open admission shelter for dogs and cats. better public outreach and communication, just like Amelia said. How do we reach people to know what work you're doing and how they get in touch with you? I know there's so much confusion about that. Funding for community partners. Listen to the community and trusted partners about critical issues like the cat feeding ban and how we could have gotten around that and worked together to create a safer atmosphere for those animals and the feeders. Strategic education for pet owners. So, for example, when someone surrenders a litter of puppies or kittens to animal control, have a functional system and protocol such that the intact animals remaining in the homes can get spayed and neutered. I'm going to throw up my hand and say HHS is willing to take that on and support the county in that way. So we can talk about that more, Sharice. And then lastly, a county-wide campaign and incentivizing for spay, neuter, and microchipping that would be analogous to something like the Blue Zones project, where it's across the county, there's messaging around that, the county can get behind that. And then my big dream is a centralized scheduling system for spays and neuters so that all of the organizations doing spays and neuters can be on one system, kind of like the DMV. You just go on, you say what you want, and any of the providers are on there so they can get a fast appointment scheduled.
Wow. That's good.
All right, here we go.
Hawaiʻi Island. Nice job.
All right, for our
Okay.
team, a lot of what everybody is already saying, we have listed on here. Increased dispatch options, as Sharice was saying, we do only have 2 people. So finding options that may work as a collective for the community to be heard and the problems that are out there. For us as an organization with all animals and rescues across the island, having that better communication. Camille Dawson has done an excellent job at giving the public an opportunity to see what strays we have available on our Facebook and Instagram. And I myself, as she has left, kind of taken on that responsibility, and some of the other staffing members giving that time and space aside from our long list of responsibilities that we have, taking on that opportunity for you guys as a community to see that. But just kind of overall better communication across all platforms.
We got that. Better communication. That's
Yes.
good.
Spay neuter funding. I know at this table we were kind of talking about like a community clinic, having a county funded vet somewhere where the community can go for those spay neuters. As someone mentioned earlier in some of the presentations, the 7-day model that could overall give us such a better outlook on the stray cat population. Increased patrol. I loved what Lynn or whoever had mentioned just a specific organization just for patrolling. It can kind of take that relief off of the officers who are kind of on boots on the ground for other kind of more priority calls. And then also just education in all. Public forums, education with a keiki, getting into school systems. We cannot grow as an island if we don't start from the ground. These next generations are going to be so critical for us, and if we don't start there, we're not going to grow. So I think that's a huge kind of place to start is with the kids.
I agree. Thank you for that. Good job. Okay, we are building our strategic plan as we speak. All right, what we got on that side?
Most of ours have already been said, but we just want to emphasize a knowledge website. Put all the information, the links, everything there.
Links.
And everything
website.
else has already been said multiple times.
Yeah, we got that resource website. Okay. Hello. Multiple languages. We don't have that. That's a good idea. All right. Is that the last group?
No, one more.
One more? Oh.
Why, thank you. Again, this is repeating, but it's important to state, open doors for animals, open admission, shelters. That triage is so necessary on our island. Having access to communication, answering those lovely phones, and again, having a chat, centralized communication center. Stronger legislation as prevention for animal welfare laws. Better communication, interdepartmental, internal county, NGOs, nonprofits, external county, and this all comes down to a public information officer, someone who can gyrate within the departments and use that communication and education to benefit all. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? There's all the groups. That went by pretty fast. So as you can see, we're actually identifying solutions too. So, did anybody, no, every group had a chance? Okay. So let me just summarize from what I'm reading, what we try to type in as quick as they could. So staffing, more support for TNR, more staffing and officers. We need a better response. Lower MQ. What's MQ? What does that stand for? Oh, minimum. Okay, minimum MQs. Lower M. Okay, we can look at that. After hours staffing. Okay, public information officer. Okay, specifically for animal control. Gotcha. So that's one priority, staffing. The other priority is education and training. We need protocols for spay and neuter. We should do training state island-wide. We've got to educate the keiki. And training is also kind of outreach too, but we'll get to that. Public safety, definitely the dangerous dog situation. And we can even go to action steps under there too, but public safety is big. Funding, of course, all kinds of funding, from funding the clinic to staffing to these services to this 24/7 to this open admissions, this infrastructure. That's all funding. Outreach services provided, a microchip, more of that, spay and neuter, resources, a website with links, wellness clinics, and I feel like we're almost there. Like some of you nonprofits have great websites. I saw that flyer too on the spay and neuter. It's fantastic. We send that out as well. I had it on one of my Friday shout outs. That's really good. But we need more of that. Of course. Let's see, data, a dashboard, a website with a dashboard that could highlight kind of how many animals we have currently, what's going out. This kind of give more public information right off the bat. Registration support, the lost and found registration, the registry, we heard that on this table. Legislative-wise, policy, the state and county try to get on the same page, the two-strike rule, I like that. Infrastructure, open admissions, like I said, shelters, space, cats, cameras at the transfer station, mobile units. You say cats because currently animal control don't take cats? Is that? Gotcha. So there's just no space. Yeah, we have no space. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. All right. Now, lack of space. Mobile units, utilizing the mobile unit, and then just basic customer service, dispatch, better communication. We could do a better job of radio, TV, social media, more collaboration island-wide, even incorporate AI. So this is a really good start. Can you give yourselves a big round of applause? Okay. I mean, so we've been talking to, so again, the county couldn't do all of that. But if we could kind of figure out I don't know what to say, like lanes, like this is the county's lane, like we can address these priorities. Nonprofits, you help us with these priorities, and I think as we start to build this plan, because it cannot just be a animal control county specific plan, it has to be an island-wide plan, including all of you together. That's the only way we're going to figure it out. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I think it's a great idea. I think pets should be spayed and neutered. Possibly. There's so much to consider. I mean, that's a whole discussion, right? Because then if it's a law, do we have enforcement? And there's a bunch of questions that we're going to have to ask ourselves after that. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So those are the deeper discussions that we should have. Appreciate that. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Come back, and we have another assignment for you guys, and then we'll end it real quick. We'll get to let you guys out early. Take a break. 10 minutes. Let's go. Okay. I'm going to go around and ask. Of the Hawaiʻi nation. Okay, I know this is a cat and dog summit, but who else are we missing? Let me start from this table. Just give me another group. Are we missing somebody else? Stand as one. Who are we? Yes, Heather, go. Who are we missing?
Let me get the mic. Sorry.
I think is not here to be part of this conversation that has a lot of interest is, of course, the hunting community. So I think if there's other events, we need to join them to ask them to join us at the table as well.
The hunting community. Yeah, I love Israel, but can we make him quiet?
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Okay, we're missing the hunters and the gatherers and the fisherers. Who else we're missing? This group? So this is a cats and dogs, right? This is what I kind of wanted to focus on because that's the big one. I'm going to go around. Once I pass you, you miss your chance. I kind of go backwards. Go.
Mine's USDA.
The USDA? How come?
They're involved in a lot of vet stuff.
Oh.
Animal movements and
The USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. Okay, that's a good one. Anybody here from the USDA? Okay, that's a true story. Okay, yes. Who do we miss? The judges. We miss the judges. That's the prosecutor talking right there. Who do we miss?
Legislation goes through,
Mm-hmm.
they think it'll affect that.
The kennel, you had a great explanation for that. Can you just share it on the mic?
So there's a group in Honolulu that when we try to pass legislation and get laws changed to block like more mandatory spay and neuter and stuff like that, they jump in and they have a bunch of them that go down there and actually voice their against the bill passing, and they're very successful at it, and that's why a lot of the bills don't get through. And from their point of view, they're afraid of breeder registrations and breeder legislation, so that hurts us.
Okay, so it's called, they call it the Kennel Association. It's called American Kennel Club. All the breeders. Okay, give Cliff the name. You had another one to add. Who are we missing?
I work on the mainland and Maui and here, and I think that there's a lot of national organizations, all of the ones that you guys know, that would be interested in helping. They don't realize the scope of what's happening here, and I think that if you open the door, there'd be a lot of cool programs that they'd be able to give a playbook for and just put it into place.
That's great. Jenny Miller. Thank you for that. Here's another one. Who are we missing, sir?
Conservation groups to help partner with rescues to find dogs that are, might be good at that kind of thing that could be put in the field for that use.
I like that. Conservation groups. That's really good. I didn't think about that. That's really outside the box. How about this group? I'm working my way around. Over there, are we missing anybody? Ditto? Yeah? Good? Okay. Okay, so we got that noted. I want Heather to talk a little bit about, because we're going to talk about the challenges, right, and the solutions. So some of the solutions you mentioned is like legislation. And, we have a legislator right here. So that was really good what you shared about your 4 kind of criteria. Take it away.
Well, hopefully I can remember them all right here. But no, when you asked the question about what about legislation about spay neuter, and what I was thinking is there is a process that I use every time I think about doing a piece of legislation. There's 4 questions I ask. First of all, is it necessary? And, of course, that's usually an easy one to answer, but not always. Sometimes people provide suggestions that don't actually need a legislative fix. They need an administrative fix or a technical fix. They don't actually need a law change. The second thing is, whose jurisdiction is it? So, there are issues here related to animal control that have to do with state law, that have to do with county law. Whose jurisdiction is actually that matter? The third question is, can we enforce/implement it, right? And so when we think about the idea of potentially like putting cameras at the transfer stations, there are going to be challenges there from a legal and privacy standpoint that we would need to consider. So that's the third thing. And then finally, the most important one probably is, are there any unintended consequences? And again, using that camera example, I was talking to Shannon back there a little bit. If we start putting cameras at the dumps, first of all, they're going to get ripped off. But second of all, there are going to be people that don't want to be recorded at the dump, so they're going to go dump their thing in the stream, right? So these are things that we need to consider, and I'm not saying that there are not clear solutions, but as you're thinking about the options, for solutions and the challenges here, just run those through in your head, because if they're going to be a legislative solution, those are the questions that I need to ask if I'm going to come up with a code solution.
Fantastic. I love it. Big round of applause. That is, yes. Perfect. So true. Okay, we wanted to just go one more time around before we call up our final speaker, and then we'll have some closing remarks. Again, the challenges again. Did we miss, just let's go challenges. Did we miss any more of the challenges? We talked about funding, staffing, and yes, go. You hate to say it, but you can say it.
The elephant in the room or whatever you call it. Thank you. I'm new to this game. I went through a program, you mentioned about national organizations. I went through a program at Best Friends, which is a huge, wonderful organization. I did research to complete the program. Let me just put it this way. The small nonprofits don't play well together. It's a simple fact. This is my opinion, it's not opinion. I've heard it over and over again. So a lot of these solutions that we came up with, like coordination, one website, one this, one that, we've got to change the attitude from a fixed pie. Fixed pie means if you succeed, it takes away from my slice. None of us can fix this problem individually. But we need to let go of the tradition on this island that we don't cooperate with one another. And I know I'm being a little blunt about it, but I think I have to stress it.
Sure. That's fine. That's fine. That's the reality, right? We all got to figure out how to work together. We have a big island. We get jurisdictions. I just got told over. I'm glad you did it in Waimea, not just Hiloa, Kimo, because you live in Hiloa. So, so I get it, but that's why we're meeting. That's why I think this summit is good. We get to see each other as humans, and like we all have one thing in common is that we care, and so that's good. But challenges, more challenges. Challenges, yes, there. We need more vets. Can you put that on there? We need more vets. We need more physicians. We need more doctors. Yes, one more challenge.
Spay and neuter out there. We can make appointments all the time.
Oh.
Getting people to actually mandatory show up. We don't show up for all day. We talk to them about spay neutering their pets, and we get turned down. They don't want to. They want to have their puppy.
So changing the attitudes around spade and neuter. How do you change attitudes? That is part of education. Yeah, I'm working on my own kids too on that, changing their attitudes.
Not having a place to drop off after hours. Last time I was at Home Animal, there were stacked kennels, so it was available to loan to either the rescues themselves or volunteers in certain neighborhoods. There could be a hub with a few kennels lined up in that after hours thing, and that person with those kennels might have a chip scanner.
Something.
To take the load off of animals, and it doesn't have to be an immediate.
Okay, so he gave us a challenge and a solution. He's ready to go home, this guy. So the challenge was we need drop-offs. I mean, we shared that the last time, after hours, and so he had a list of solutions. The kennels, right? If there's just a kennel, if it's just not being used, why not use it? I think Jenny came up with the idea too. Have these kennels at specific places. You find an animal, at least you have someplace to take them. Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding that, the reason we disabled them is because people would leave dying animals in the cages and not say anything to us. We would come in with dead animals. Or people would actually break into the cages to steal either their own animals or other animals in the wrong cage. So it's actually a really good situation. We didn't want that sort of suffering or place. But we are looking at alternatives.
It's good. Okay. Over there, back over there. Go. Challenge.
Fell onto not having enough traps. Who had traps? Where we could go get the traps? Who was taking the dogs in? We didn't. A lot of the organizations were out there rescuing the cats because they will climb a tree or go under a house where dogs will run away from the lava. The point is that we need to have, hopefully, a system starting up now
on who has facilities that can accept any of these animals or people
In an emergency, yeah. Okay.
in an emergency where they have to leave their house.
Right.
Are they leaving their animals behind?
Yes.
Who are they going to call? Okay, they call you, but then what are you?
Don't call me, call Haka. Yeah.
But the thing is that that's what we need to
Right. Okay.
have a plan.
Have a better system. I love that. We could do that. That's a challenge. Have a better system in disaster. Okay. Yes, sir.
Challenge. Too many cats, and there's this new kittens and everybody. That's of course.
Yeah.
So if somebody wants to come in and bring and drop off cats at like an open intake, then a lot of nonprofits on the mainland will require them to make sure that the mother cat is fixed.
Okay.
Or they won't accept the other kittens.
Right. I think it's attitude again. Yeah. Yeah, kind of enforcement. Okay. A challenge, go.
So there is a perceived and publicized conflict between Nene.
Yep. Ah, okay.
So
Mm.
I don't really understand all the science behind it, but there's been hostility towards people
Mm-hmm. The nene, yeah. Yeah, so it's the nene and the cat controversy or issue or conflict. There you go, that's the right word. Yeah, nene and good. Well, it's good we didn't invite the nene people in. Oh boy. But that's an animal too, so we all gotta. That's next summit. Oh, that's a bird. Okay, yeah, Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this is what our office gets the most calls about is the coordination between HPD and animal control. And we're trying to find solutions. I don't want to bring a challenge without a solution. And some of that might be addressed with some new education and literature that's coming from animal control. But trying to educate public on what happens when. So because animal control is not 24/7, we have so often people will call after hours and then they're ending up with HPD and then it takes animal control a while to respond because they're not open. So trying to figure out, especially with dangerous dog situations, we've had this happen a handful of times now, where someone will get a police report and then they're told to follow up with animal control by HPD, and then animal control says follow up with HPD because you have a police report. So really trying to eliminate that back and forth, and I know we have it sometimes in other departments. So really just trying to figure out how can we get the person the help they need without sending them back and forth, and eliminate redundancies for both departments because both of them are maxed out on everything else they're dealing with. And I think this summit is a good first step. So that would be a solution, right? More opportunities to have these conversations and then more education around it for the public.
Perfect. I like that. Thank you. Well, and we have a lot of work to do too. I mean, this is the first time I got to see animal control and the police in the same room talking about animal control. So I want to learn more about how we coordinate. I want to know, like, if you get a call for a dangerous dog, like, how does the animal control and police work together? Like, do they arrive at the same time? Because our animal control officers, they don't have guns. I mean, do the animal control officers have, like, tasers or, nothing? Okay, so that's a kind of a scary situation. You're coming to a house, the police never get there yet, you're waiting, you don't know if you should go in or not. So that kind of coordination internally is what we can talk about and work on as our own, doing the best we can as county. So we got our own to-dos, if you will. So, okay, we're going to call up our last speaker. I'll turn it back over to Micah, and then we'll do some closing remarks after that. Thank you, everybody.
Mahalo, Mayor. We'd like to call up Lauren Turnbull-Fu, of Aloha Animal Alliance. Lauren, please.
Come on, Lauren. And can you press save on those notes? I don't want to lose it. And can I give a big round of applause for our note takers? Thank you.
I'm a shorty. Thank you. Oops.
Wow. I've been wanting to see something like this for about 5 years now. And finally, we're all here together. Give yourselves a hand. Really.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So I want to begin with something really simple, gratitude. I am grateful for everyone in this room for being here, for doing what you do every single day in your world. And this is the beginning of how we begin to work together, to break the history, to start new, start fresh. We all want the same things. We all want safer Hawaii. We want safer communities, healthier animals, stronger systems, and a future that we can all be proud of. Our task ahead is not to agree on everything. We're not going to agree on everything. But our task is to communicate, to coordinate, and to move forward with respect and aloha, each contributing what we do best. None of us in this room is an expert in anything, but we do know what we know, and we do best what we do best. So let's do it together. People have been doing this work quietly for many years. There are people in the room who have been doing their work for 30 plus years. And, you know, during that work, you step into difficult spaces, you take risks, and you don't always know the answers. You're always there, though. That's the one thing that I can say about everyone in this room, is that you're always there doing what you do. You put up with criticism, but you keep going anyway. And again, I'm profoundly grateful to all of you. But I did want to point out a couple of people in the audience that have been doing what they do for many years. A lot of them self-funded, and they put their heads down and they do their work. The first one is Cindy Thurston. Cindy, thank you. Really. Total respect. And the other one is B. Henderson. Yeah. You ladies rock. You do. You don't have the backing, you don't have the support, but you're there every day helping those animals. Thank you. Still willing to collaborate, still willing to engage, and I tell you that made my day to see you ladies come into this room. I want to thank the mayor for stepping out and taking a risk. This is not an easy subject, and all the previous mayors that I've seen in the last 25 years that I've lived on this island have all turned their backs on the animals. But you give it a chance. Thank you. Yeah. And I also want to thank Charisse for what she does. Her job is not easy, but she comes to work every day with a smile on her face. And let me tell you, even when she talks about unpleasant things, she has a pleasant voice to deliver it. So that makes a huge difference. And then last but not least, Councilmember Heather Kimball. Thank you. You've been putting up with me sitting in the council rooms, putting my hand up and criticizing everything that's done as it relates to animal control for years now. And still she's there willing, and she has the vision. She knows a lot. So thank you, Heather. But before I go into details about what we do at our organization, I want to acknowledge a few individuals on my team. Dr. Kelly Foster, I think she's left. That woman, she is my rock. She is always there. She put together our entire medical program, our veterinary practice. We have, I'll go into details in a minute, but we have two different divisions, one community focused and the other one is in-home service. She put that together, pulled in our team, and it's pretty solid, guys. And then Elizabeth Wing Carlisle. Elizabeth has brought to us the world of One Health. And One Health is what the rest of the world is basing their policies and procedures on. We all live in one world. Together we share it. And it's important to be aware of what each other does to keep our world going. And that's why I'm so grateful here to see the LNR, the police department, and everybody together, because we all care. And we all will work together now that we know each other care, right? So those of you who don't know who we are Animal Aloha Alliance. The Aloha Animal Alliance, I can't even say it right because I'm nervous, but Aloha Animal Alliance was created to bring people together, to bring organizations together, to figure out how we can maximize what we do. It's not a matter of how hard we work, but it's how we work together that's going to make the difference here. We're one island. We should be able to figure this out, you know? And I think we can do it with the brain power and the dedication that we see in this room. I know we can do it together. So a little bit about what we do. We do veterinary clinics around the island. We do 5 community clinics every month. Waimea, Pahoa, Kona, Hilo, and Ocean View. We have a Hawaiʻi licensed vet there. We have vet techs. We do wellness service. And so we are firm believers that when you spend your money wisely, and if you think about a pyramid, right, the lower part of the pyramid means that you can spend those dollars and touch a lot more people. So that's where we like to focus what we do. So before they even hit the shelters, when they're still in the homes, teaching people how to care for their animals, we feel that's going to make a big difference. As I mentioned, we also do in-home service. That's how we finance the community service that we do. And we also created a pretty cool cat management system where we can manage colonies with the use of technology and keep things all together so we can tell, well, one day, we hope, we could tell any council member with any district how many community cats are in their district so that they can plan appropriately in terms of resources, et cetera, for the areas that aren't covered by animal control. And so those are the 2 things, those are our 2 anchors. And I'm going to say this, but when I first started pushing the information out there, you know, talking to the community and finding out solutions like we talked about today, one of the biggest things that came up to all of us was the need for the information portal, right? Animal information portal. Something where anybody can go. You don't have to know what the right page is or this page or that page or post on 500 different pages. No, you go one place, everything information-wise is there. And I'm so glad to hear that you guys agree with that as well. Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. But again, I'm going to hand it back over to the mayor, and we will get busy closing it with 2 things. Exchange numbers, continue the conversations, stay curious, stay connected. If we keep talking respectfully, if we keep aligning intentionally, and if we keep choosing collaboration over competition, we will make progress. Not overnight, but we'll get there. Thank you.
Mahalo, Lauren. All right. That was so nice. Mahalo, Lauren. It looks like we are going to get out of here a little early today. So mahalo to everyone for contributing to that. I'll just say on behalf of the mayor's office and all of my coworkers who've been doing so much today, it's been an honor to host you folks here. We've never done something like this before. I truly didn't know what the day would turn out, but I'm super pleased with it. And it's been nice connecting and engaging with you all. So mahalo nui loa. I'd like to bring up Mayor Alameda for closing remarks.
All right. Thank you, Micah. Yeah, so it is true. Thank you, Heather. James left. He's a big supporter too. County Council is great. They do the best they can with what they got, and they focus on the district, but they also focus island-wide. And so I appreciate the County Council. Not every challenge can be faced, but if we're going to solve our challenges, we're going to have to face it. Right? Whether we like it, don't like it, makes us uncomfortable. I mean, you know, if you don't face it, nothing's going to get better. And so I like going into the uncomfortable. You know, that's part of what I do. I'm a psychologist. My training is family therapy, couples therapy, individuals. You know, that's my practice. You know, prior to me getting CEO position at the Bay Clinic Health Center, I helped merge West Hawaiʻi Community Health Center, and once that merger occurred, I ran for office. But yeah, I mean, as a psychologist, I can tell you, we deal with the uncomfortable. So I'm comfortable being in the uncomfortable, and this is a potentially uncomfortable space for a lot of folks. But for us, after today, now that we know we care, I think we're going to be okay, right? I think we can make this happen. So, you know, be patient with us at the county level. We're still staffing up. We got a new fleet of vehicles. We're slowly getting, you know, the infrastructure that we need to be successful. It doesn't happen overnight, but we are committed, and we're in it for the long haul. And again, appreciate you on behalf of the county council, all my directors and deputies, mayor's office. Please have a wonderful day. Be safe, be mindful, and always Dadabo Shaka. Thank you, everybody.